Rahim. Respected trustees, observers, delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, we know my name is Zuhair Hirji, the Secretary General. And as we know, this is our second Executive Council meeting, and inshallah, we look forward to collaborating. Before we begin today's meeting, let us take a moment to remember our marhumin and everyone that's suffering around the world with a Surah Fatiha. We'll begin today with a recitation from the Holy Quran, and I'm honored to invite Brother Husayn Juma to share words of wisdoms that will guide us and inspire us today. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولله ملك السماوات والأرض والله على كل شيء قدير. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك. ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إنك من تدخل النار ربنا إنك من تدخل النار فقد أخزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Asant, Brother Husayn, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for the recitation. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shower His blessings upon you. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So inshallah we can now begin proceedings. So in accordance with clause 17.1 of our constitution, we require a minimum quorum of 25% for today's meeting, which includes 2 office bearers and representatives from 25% of our member Jamaats with at least 1 councillor from each. This means we need at least 9 councillors and 2 office bearers present, and I'm pleased to confirm that alhamdulillah we have met the quorum requirement. So this is our second Executive Council meeting, and on behalf of the President and the entire office bearer team, we'd like to express our gratitude for the opportunity to be here today and present an update on our vision and manifesto for the term 2024 to 2027, along with the very densely packed agenda items which we have sent out to trustees in the notice and the pack. For minuting purposes, we will now go around the table, and if everyone can please use the microphone and introduce themselves by starting with your name and your home Jamaat, and if we could please continue to use this when we are making any statements, comments or questions purely for minuting purposes. We will need people to state their name and Jamaat. So if we could just begin here on my left and move around.
Assalamu alaikum, Sajjad Manji, nominated councillor, Essex Jamaat.
Assalamu alaikum, Fayaz Haji, elected councillor, COEJ.
Naushad Tanji. Naushad Tanji, Milton Keynes.
Rasool Pamani, Leeds Jamaat.
Mehboob Dosa, Hujjat, London.
Shabir Merali, elected councillor.
Husayn Ilyas, nominated from Birmingham.
Ilyas Karalibai, Master Jamaat.
Sujat Qasim, Paris North Jamaat.
Naim Wali, Paris South Jamaat.
Camille Dirigi, nominated councillor, Paris South Jamaat.
Rizwan Jafar, president of Paris South Jamaat.
Assalamu alaikum, Arif Hirji, Paris South Jamaat, COEJ, elected councillor.
Abbas Manji from Peterborough.
Hussain Jiwa, elected councillor.
Shuila Fida Hussain, assistant treasurer from COEJ, Paris North Jamaat.
Ahmad Kazim Ballu, honorary treasurer, COEJ.
Munir Datu, honorary vice president. Why is only secretary and treasurer honorary? We are honorary as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa Arif Ali Hirji, President, the Council of European Jamaats.
Assalamu alaikum, Zuhair Hirji, Honorary Secretary General.
Assalamu alaikum, Kazim Ali Khaki, Assistant Secretary.
Zainab Jaffer in Birmingham.
Sabra Juma, Head of Qari.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramzan Ismail from Birmingham.
Assalamu alaikum, Zishan Sergeant, Leicester Jamaat.
Husayn Juma, Hujjat Jamaat.
Assalamu alaikum, Amin Mohsin, Hujjat Jamaat.
Rizwan Hamir from Birmingham.
Assalamu alaikum, Rizwan Kimji, Head of Imam Raza Hajib Fund.
Assalamu alaikum, Mazhar Ghulam Hussain, Head of COEJ Sports Board.
Azhar Jamil, Markham's Officer, Leicester.
Shayan Abbas of Leicester Jamaat.
Shervanu Molu from Birmingham for the minutes, please. So please don't forget to say your names.
So I'll oversee the proceedings of this meeting today. Thank you in advance for your cooperation and thank you for stating your names. And inshallah, we pray for a productive and collaborative session. So I'll oversee the proceedings in line with our established protocols. In the event of any deadlock, the President as the Chair will interpret and apply the Constitution, drawing on any relevant precedent and resolutions. Voting will generally be conducted by a show of hands, but a secret ballot may be requested. Every trustee has the right to a secret ballot. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and record the following apologies from trustees. Sayyid Muhammad Naqvi of Birmingham, Sister Fatim Bandali, Brother Husayn Ali Rahmatullah, Brother Mahdi Najafi, Brother Shakir Rahmatullah, Brother Safdar Bhai Bashir, Brother Altaf Daya, and Sister Durain Hirji. So I want to take this moment to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed host, Muhammad Bhai Walji, who has been looking after us since yesterday evening, and their team have been the most hospitable. So thank you for hosting the meeting and for looking after us ever since yesterday evening and for catering for all of our needs. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shower His blessings upon you, and can we please have a loud Nara Salawat for all of them. As always, throughout today's proceedings, I welcome and encourage any comments or feedback, and inshallah we hope to have a collaborative session for the betterment of our community. I will now invite Brother Kazim Ali Khaki to present the minutes and address any matters arising thereafter from the first ECM.
Assalamu alaikum. So, AV team, can we have the minutes up, please? Page number 8 of the ECM at Al Zahra, Watford, Sunday, 10th November. So page 8, yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. So we will go through the pages one at a time. Like last time, I will just announce each page number for a few seconds. If there is anything, please just speak up.
Sorry, Mehboob. Any change in the minutes from the pack previously sent and that you sent last night? No. No. And it'd be good if you just identify the changes you've made, so we know what the differences are. Dinosaurs like us to use printed copies.
Yeah, sorry. So that was on me. It was the additional updates to do with the treasury numbers that were added, but there was no changes made to the minutes.
Okay, so if we're all okay, we can start. So page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63. No issues with the minutes? Okay, are there any matters arising? No? Okay, can I have somebody proposing, please, for the minutes? Okay, Rasul by Bimani. You got a question? Okay, and Shabir by Mirali. Okay, should we second it first and finish these minutes and then go to the question? Yeah. Anybody seconding, please? Yes. 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 Okay, so Rasul Bhai and Shabir Bhai proposing and Sajad Bhai seconding. Okay, should we go to your question?
Rasul Pamani. What the discussion about the funding for from the WF, I think £500,000. Any update on that? Has that been approved or any discussions that's happening on that?
So we met up with WF in briefly in December at the Exco, at the WF Exco, and we mentioned about our projects. And at that time, it was agreed that the treasurers will meet and to discuss the funding of the COEJ projects. But in principle, they were supportive. Because obviously, both treasurers were busy in January of 2025 because of the tax deadlines. We haven't been able to meet physically, but we have spoken about it. And I met Saftar personally, I met Saftar on last Monday about it, where he told me, Muhammad Kazim, Husayn Ruchu, one of our councillors have told me that Husayn Ruchu ke tama se 5 lakh pound deficit che. So I said that is true as well, but these are our aspirations, and he said no problem, we'll work on it together, inshallah. So that's an update from the WF meeting.
So have we received any funding from them?
This year, no.
No. So the last funding was £80,000.
The last funding was £80,000, which is part of the accounts, of which £30,000 was received on the 28th of December, 2024.
Rasul Bhai, when we come to the Treasury, we'll go in deeper, but just to give a point so it becomes even clear, because the question is an excellent question. I don't think that we've had a deficit like this size, because it means that our ambition, our collective ambition, is significant. Obviously, from a budget point of view, we have our budgets, while Federation has their budgets. So what the Honorary Treasurer, Muhammad Kazim Bhai, just said is that the first indication, the conversation during the Exco was a positive one. And the second one was that in a meeting earlier this week, the conversation between the Honorary Treasurer and Saftar Bhai was also a positive one. Does that mean that it comes up to 500 and something? It does not mean that at all. It means that classically we are looking at 3 levels of funding. The classic 3 levels of fundings are, we will get certain portion from the World Federation. Secondly, it will be from our investments, which is a smaller part. And thirdly, it will be where we look across ourselves and our community where we will have to raise the funds. So those are the 3 levels, but we got at least a positive conversation. Asante.
For the minutes purposes, Kamran Bhai, do you mind introducing yourself?
Assalamu alaikum, Kamran Shah, Councillor, Watford Jamaat.
Thank you.
There is also, I will leave you with a cliffhanger, but you have seen also partially the numbers, that there is also a Khums angle as well, which Muhammad Kazim Bhai will touch when it comes to it, which is contributing towards activities, which we will do, of course, as well. So that will come as well, inshallah. Asante.
You've got an agenda item for the census. So should we leave all the questions for that, for the agenda item?
If that's okay, yeah. Okay, so are we okay to move on to the next agenda item, ratification of the emergency ECM 4th of September. As specified in the last meeting, these minutes had not been ratified. So we're going to start with page number 64. I'm going to follow the same process, read them out page by page, and if there is anything, please just speak out. So 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and 73. I think that's the last page? Yes. Are there any matters arising? No? Okay.
So this meeting was held electronically. The question was that, the validity in the sense that during COVID time, there was a guidance by the Charity Commission that we could have meetings online, even if the document did not explicitly stipulate that. But I believe that was withdrawn. Not sure which date it was withdrawn.
April 2022 by Charities Commission.
So April 2022, that guidance was then withdrawn, and they reverted back to the governing document that it needs to be explicitly stated in that. We were informed that the office bearers had sought clarity, and they were given clarity, but it wasn't shared with the trustees. I think it was also discussed at the last meeting. So have we received that clarity? And if we haven't, then although these meetings are approved and reflective of the discussion that took place, what's the status of these meetings? Thank
you. I would like to be guided by the House. Now, 2 parts. Firstly, neither myself nor many of us were not the trustees at the time of that meeting. However, in the last Executive Council meeting, one very interesting point came out, which I'm very happy about, that we actually discussed it, and we discussed it thoroughly. That means that this House recognizes its responsibilities. And I remember the point, which is mentioned also here, that specific point was that the previous office bearers had received. Now, that part, with all due respect, comes my second point. I don't remember that in that last Executive Council meeting we had an action point to get that. Okay, so my answer to your question is, no, we don't have it, but there are two interesting items. One is that it seems like trustees, councillors asked the office bearers, do you have it? And they said, we received it. So that's minuted. Secondly, because we went through the minutes last, and that we're bringing it up as a arising matters, and we are cognizant, and may I also add on the sibling item. We discussed in the last meeting if we can have online Zoom meetings. And we discussed it to the extent, and I believe that our Executive Council understanding is that we cannot until or unless we change our governing document. So what is the path forward? My suggestion is that we discussed it. It was minuted that they had sought. We don't have it, but we have minuted officially that we've had it, which is in 2 different meetings, which means that I think that our duty we have taken on. We haven't just lapsed. So that's my path forward. I believe that we're there, and we have decided in the last meeting that we will not have conducting these Executive Council meetings on Zoom platform until we change our governing document, and that next opportunity of doing so, if we put on the agenda, would be at the next conference. But we'll have, if it's an ordinary. If we wanted to put in earlier, we have to call an extraordinary, specifically for changing the constitution as such. It'll be interesting. We are touching on something else later on this morning, but is that satisfactory that we have? I want to just hear thoughts, you know. Thank you.
It's a sensible way forward. Just thinking aloud, do we need to ratify as that the meeting, whatever happened, we ratify that? So basically, even if it wasn't, what this sitting is now ratifying that meeting, and the minutes are true reflection of that. So I think if we can do that, then that should then cover us.
So I think, yes, sensible to ensure that we're able to ratify that discussion is reflective of actually what took place. And then, of course, to Arifabai's point, you know, we've also got a pathway forward. But yeah, certainly need to ratify that was the correct discussion, because that's also important.
Yeah, okay. So can I have a proposer? Were you, sorry? Were you present at the meeting in question? Okay, thank you. Shabir by Mirali. Okay, and can I have a seconder? Okay, Rasul by Mimani. Thank you so much.
The minutes, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we now going to ratify the minute that took place? Or by ratifying the minutes, we've actually ratified that the meeting does take place? Okay.
I think we should consider ratifying the matters that were adopted at that meeting, because I think that's the ratification we really need.
So, inshallah, does this Executive Council ratify the matters arising from the said meeting? Can I have a proposal, please? Yeah, so Rasul Bhai proposes, and Shabir Bhai seconding, and Mehboob Bhai also seconding. Thank you. Ahsant. Salawat ala Muhammad.
Hassan, thank you very much. Back one slide.
I know. AV team, can we go back? Yeah.
Hassan, thank you so much. We started late and we are now back on schedule, in fact ahead of schedule, Hassan, alhamdulillah. The next item on the agenda is the Charities Commission. So I guess a little bit of an overview and a preamble of how this has ended up on the agenda and where we're up to. So as we all know, and you know, we felt it collectively as a wider community, Leeds Jamaat was subject to an investigation by the Charities Commission. And in wanting to ensure that we keep our institutions as safe as we can, we'll be drawing on the lessons to understand what's happened, why, and what we've learnt. Rasul Bhai will kindly be assisting and briefing us before we head into discussions. And Arif Bhai, would you like to say a few words before we begin?
This agenda item is actually a very definition of why we have a Council of European Jamaats. When one part of our body hurts, everyone hurts. When one part of our body is successful, everyone can be successful. This item here, I would say, and this is not online for a purpose. This is a sensitive, strategic topic. Very, very important. We have not only Leeds Jamaat, we have also other Jamaats who have gone through turbulent times. And we know that we will go through multiple of those. So this is an opportunity to prepare ourselves. Last meeting, we discussed and said that we should not only share best practices, we should come to action points. Mine and our expectation of this agenda item is that we will first hear from Rasul Bhai as what we would call a case study almost, a real case study. And he will come with also that what are the learnings from that. Yes, we can have discussion on the back of it, but my humble expectation is that we will need to reach a point of uniformity of our constitutions. It could be through the objectives, it could be through the powers given to the respective body. And I know when I look around here, I see that different Jamaats are at different stages of their constitutional review. Some are at very advanced level, some are at a new round, some have not looked at their constitution for decades. This is an opportunity where we can go forward. So my expectation is we come to an action point of what we expect of each and every member of this regional federation. Okay? That's what the expectation is. Asanto.
So I'll now hand over to Rasul Bhai, and inshallah we can go from there. So if we can welcome with the Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Thank you so much for that. Just a slight correction, it's not an investigation. We still haven't reached that stage.
For the minutes and matters arising, then we'll correct that part.
Thank you. So Leeds Jamaat is not under investigation yet. So we had a meeting on the 21st of November. It was a compliance visit undertaken by, we were told that there will be 3 officers from the Charity Commission. Charlotte Jones, who was the one who was actually in correspondence with us. There was a lady called Sophie McGough, and there was a third person, Joshua Fabridge. Now, Joshua Fabridge is the head of compliance at the Charity Commission, but for some reason he didn't turn up, so he apologized. Basically, the meeting started with the Charity Commission telling us why they were here and what their aim and objective was. They received a number of complaints regarding lectures, sermons, Jummah khutbahs that were delivered at our premises in Leeds. And they wrote to us on on each of the occasions where we actually provided them with the answers that they were seeking. But they said in order that we don't come back and forth, it was advisable that we meet up with you and have a formal discussion. So that was the narrative that they gave us for this meeting. She then went on to explain that there's 4 possible outcomes that can happen after the meeting. The first one is providing the trustees with just regulatory advice and guidance. So once they've completed their inquiries, they can just give us some advice and guidance. The second is where they issue an action plan to the trustees to undertake certain activities within a specific time frame. The third was that they would issue a formal official warning to the trustees or to the charity. And finally, they would open an official formal investigation, which is a statutory inquiry into the charity. So these are the 4 outcomes that can happen from the meeting that we had. They initially started off the meeting with governance, history of the charity, and then they looked at our governance structures. And one thing to point here, which was something that I wasn't whilst I was aware, but something which we tend to overlook, is that Leeds Jamaat has 4 trustees, and then it has a managing committee, an executive committee. And they question that who are the decision makers. And generally within our setup, and I think this applies to all our Jamaats, it's the executive or the managing committee that makes a decision. So one of the points that the observations that they made is that there's only 4 trustees. So the 4 trustees are the 4 office bearers within the charity, and the committee members are not the trustees, but they are in the committee. And she said that, well, those committee members then should be part of the trustees if they are decision makers as well. So that's one thing to point out, because our setup is slightly different. The second issue that she then brought up is that while they were specifically there for the sermons and the lectures, they were fishing as well to see if they can find any other issues. And one of the issues which came up was, for Leeds it's a very small amount, is Qarz-e Hasna. And they actually knew the terminology and they knew what Qarz-e Hasna was. And they asked us if we had a policy. We did have a policy, and it was a very small amount, so it wasn't a material effect that was. But again, for larger Jamaats or for organizations who have Qarz-e Hasna, I think policy for Qarz-e Hasna would be quite useful to have. They then went on to the lecture specifically, and here I think what they were trying to do is that they were trying to imply that the lectures that were given at the charity's premises were not in line with the objectives of the charity. And the objectives of the charity are stipulated in the constitution or the governing document. We rebutted that by saying that all the lectures were in accordance and in furtherance of the charity's objectives, and we used our objective of education, that one of the objectives is to educate the members of the community, and everything that the lectures said and did fell under that particular clause. The lecturer at that time made reference to prescribed personalities and entities. So they raised an objection that why, that these are prescribed entities or individuals, why were they raised? At that point, we rebutted that by saying, well, we don't see an issue, because in an educational discussion, you can raise names. For example, when you go to school, and when you're being taught about World War II, Hitler's mentioned. Now, if Hitler was alive, he'd be prescribed. But no one's objecting to mentioning the name of Hitler. And the specific guidance which the Charity Commissioner says that we can't glorify these people, and none of the lectures actually went out to glorify these particular personalities or entities. And then another point which they touched upon was on our scriptures. There was one dua in particular that was mentioned in one of the lectures, and they took a translation of that particular dua, and they sort of said that this dua glorifies the action of 7th October. So they asked the trustees, what is your opinion on that? So I think the first thing we said is that we won't be taking any lectures from the Charity Commission on our Quranic scriptures or our duas. If you have a problem with this particular dua, or if you have any issues, then go to the scholars, find out what the issue is, then come back to us and tell us that with that particular dua, what we said or how we sort of interpret it is incorrect. But you coming and telling us that from your own personal viewpoint is not acceptable to us. So I think these are some of the issues that, and there were various others, but I think these are the most common ones. I think as far as we are concerned, as a community, I think this is not the first and the last one. I think religious Muslims organizations will be targeted, and I think there's already been 2 within our own community, ourselves and another one. But within the broader Shia community, there's been few more. So I think it's important, and I think it's an opportunity for COEJ to actually set up some sort of a structure that if Jamaats ever get entangled in this sort of a scenario, then there's support available. Leeds being the first and there being no sort of support structure, we felt, although we had loads of support, I think you were the Secretary General at the time of the WF where we spoke. We also spoke with the President of the World Federation. We also spoke with COEJ, and COEJ actually did support us. But I think support means is providing the legal and the advice that is needed for these sort of situations, and that's what I mean by support. And I think one of the biggest things, and if we do get out of this without any of these sanctioning, then I think it'll be because of the objectives. And I think what we need to do, like you mentioned earlier, I think we need to get our constitutions, our governing documents updated. One of the questions she actually did ask, because I think our document was updated in 1990, if I'm not mistaken, 1989 or 1990, our constitution last updated. And one of the questions she asked is, how often do you review your constitution? Now, their advice was that it needs to be a minimum of once a year. You know, it's not necessary that we change it, but it's necessary that we review it. Because the guidance from the charity commissions are changing. And there are new guidances, and we need to be on top of that. So I think these are some of the learnings that we need to look at. Also, I think with the different hat, with my World Federation being part of the not the CRC, it's the, sorry? Yeah. On that, changing objectives can be cumbersome and can be problematic. For example, if you want to register a new charity with Khoja Shia Isnashri, you may be knocked back. It happened previously, but now it may not be acceptable by them. So perhaps we can look at the powers, because when you change the powers, we don't have to go back to the Charity Commission. Whereas if you're changing the objectives, then I think you have to go back to the Charity Commission. So I think these are some of the main points. Everything else you've probably heard and I've already updated you on. But those were some of the main points that came out of this particular meeting, which lasted, I think, about 4 hours. They still haven't come back to us. They sent us the minutes, which we then approved, and now we're waiting for the final decision as to what the outcome of this whole inquiry will be. Thank you.
Hassan, thank you so much, Rasul Bhai. And we will open the floor to discussion and questions, but I also wanted to ask outwardly a couple of questions myself. So really important that we look at reviewing the constitutions. But I think what's important with that is that we come up with a framework so we know what a review looks like, because otherwise we're just looking at the same document that's existed for decades, and we're just looking at it every year. But what are we doing and looking for when we look at that on an annual basis, and what do those checks and balances look like? So I think that's important for us to be able to agree on as a house. The other point that comes to mind for me personally is when these sorts of situations arise, I think a lot of people are then rowing back given the pressure that people are facing, especially in our communities, okay? How do we keep balance with regards to upholding our values and principles in line with all of these things that are happening? So I think that's something else for us to consider as well. And we can now open for questions and discussion, inshallah.
I just wanted to, and I forgot to mention this, is that I think we need to go back to the basics when you come into this. We can't be muzzled or we can't be told what to do. If something is in accordance with our religious beliefs, then that's the first point of principle that we need to work to. And I don't think that's a problem for them. The problem is that we need to be able to identify what we're doing with our objectives. So our primary objectives is the propagation of Shia Ishnashri faith, and everything we do in accordance with that. And so I think that should be the primary objective. I think the other thing which I forgot to mention, and I think again this is very useful, where COEJ will come in, where COEJ can play a major part, is the policies. So two policies that came up, and again I think it's very important that we need to be doing a bit of background reading for ourselves as well, as far as what the guidance for charity commissions are. So for example, two points I'd just like to mention. The first one was the speaker's policy. So the question that they asked, and it's very interesting the way they asked this question. So they said to us, okay, on this day, on this lecture, how many trustees were present? So we said that there were 2 trustees there present at this time. So then she opened up our speaker's policy. And she says, this is all in the speaker's policy, it's all fine. What would happen if the speaker from that pulpit or from that podium says something which is against your policy? Because nowhere in the speaker's policy you've written, okay, what would the actions be? Now, I don't know what happened, I just winged it, but I just said to him that we would get up and tell him, an usher would basically tell him that you're not reciting in accordance with the policy, and therefore can you please stop and come down? So she says, that's fine. But she goes, you haven't mentioned it in your speaker's policy. So I think, so these are things where we need to look at. The policies that we've actually got have actually been, they were drawn up by us, but they've been looked through by the solicitors, and they've also been now looked through by the Charity Commission. So we can share some of these policies, and we can look at unifying some of the policies throughout the Jamaats that we have. The second question, which was very important, was that the social media policy. What is your social media policy? And the way they framed this question was very interesting. So it's the way they actually put the question to you. They said to us that when you employed the speaker in question, what checks did you do? What reference did you take? So it was very easy because I said the biggest Jamaat in Europe, London Jamaat gave us the reference, so we were, that was good enough for us. But on a serious note, they said, well, did you check the individual's social media platforms? So that was a question they posed to us. So I said to them, okay, why do you ask that question? Because I did my homework on that. So they said to us, well, it's natural because you can then tell of the person from what's being posted on his social network. I said to her, when did the guidance for the social media came into the charity commissions? When was that guidance first published? And she said it was, well, she didn't know when it was published. So I told her it was published in 2023, September 2023, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was date. I says the individual that were in question was employed in 2021. So how do you expect us to check his policy when there was no guidance available at that time? And again, these are the important things that when you have these, you need to do a bit of research yourselves, so that when they ask these questions, is a rebuttal, you know, so that they know who they're speaking to. Because from the impression that we got, at the start of the meeting, the attitude was very different to when they ended the meeting. I think when they started the meeting, it was like, you are guilty, and this is what we're going to do to you. By the time they finished the meeting, it was totally different. So I think that's quite important. But I think, coming back to your point, I think policies are very important, and it's very important that we have some of these policies in place as soon as possible.
Rasul Bhai, I agree with you that policies are very important, and one thing that I want to add as well is, you know, when we submit our accounts to the Charities Commission on an annual basis, we also have to submit the annual return as well. Now, we are very, very good in just ticking yes, 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 but we have to make sure that what we tick yes, we have got an appropriate policy for it, whatever it may be. And we are very good in copy and pasting the guidance, but that is not always applicable to us. So we have to make sure that whatever, when we tick yes, it has to be practical and applicable to our Jamaats.
But Mehboob, question for Rasul Bhai. What were they looking for in the context of the Qarz-e Hasana policies?
Yeah, I think with Qarz-e Hasana policies, I think the main concern that they had was money laundering. I think that was the main issue that they didn't say it, but I think the inference from that was how you treat that funds. And then Qarz-e Hasana is that if you can't pay it, then, yeah, when able. So what they were looking at is a policy. And again, we've got a policy which we did, and they've also reviewed, and they're happy with. But also, I think they asked us if we had over a certain amount of donation, any money laundering checks that we normally do. So I think that was another aspect that came in. Again, for a smaller Jamaat like Leeds, where donations are not in big numbers, small numbers, but large donations, larger people contributing, but small donations. But I think that's another thing that we really need to have in place. And I think we do have a money laundering policy as far as COEJ is concerned, but I think as far as the Jamaat is concerned, but I think the point was that people give you money on as a Qarz-e Hasana, and then how does that money go back? How is it shown? And yeah, does it go back as on that?
No objection to the principle of it?
No, there's no principles. It's just that the reporting and the policy that needs to be happen. Would you accept cash Qarz-e Hasana, for example, which is quite problematic for them as a cash sum?
So, just related, did they ask you specifically in terms of generally receiving cash funds in donations, or
yes,
because that's always been an issue?
Yeah, I think they asked us for our fundraising policy, and within the fundraising policy, they asked us what is the element of cash money comes in and how does cash money comes in. So we have boxes and all that sort of stuff. So yes, that was quest, but that was not a part of the Qarz-e Hasana document. It's part of a fundraising policy that they've also asked that we should have.
Just a couple of observations. You know, we talked about review of the Constitution and your comment as to what we should be reviewing. Obviously, one thing we should do is try and observe what changes the Charity Commission has brought in and any other legal changes, and review our Constitution against those issues. in addition to that, anything we come across on a regular issue that we should put on some kind of a bullet point list and then distribute to the Jamaats and revisit that as part of the review. But also, in addition to review of the constitution, I think it is also imperative that we also educate our trustees as to their responsibilities and their obligations under law, under Charity Commission regulations, because in my experience, I think, and it's something we will discuss even in the context of the census, is that I think some of our trustees do not even understand the basic concept of trusteeship. I have personally just experienced in the recent weeks where a trustee is saying to me that this belongs to the trustees. It doesn't belong to the trustees, it belongs to the charity. And how you treat that information, that property. So some basic stuff, and I think and it'd be good that that training is taken at the COEJ level and goes top to bottom. So it's something that I think we should certainly push ahead with.
Okay, Ahsan. I wanted to ask a few things first. Zohair bhai, Kazim bhai, how much time do we have left for this item? 1 hour. No, in total, left. Yes. That's very good, alhamdulillah. Now, we would like that we take a few questions at a time and then we answer. Of course, Rasool bhai will be answering many of them because some of them you will ask about the experience which he has had. I would proactively want to push on that I want to hear the experience of the continent, specifically from both our Paris Jamaats, Masjid Jamaat as well, those who are present, in regards to what you see as far as what you've heard from Rasool bhai, because I do not believe for 1 second that the experience is a local UK one which will come only and affect Britain, okay? The other thing I wanted to just say that we had, when we presented the vision last, and which our Secretary General will also go into, we have an objective that we want to reach to set up a legal council. The reason for that was, if you all remember, that if any Jamaat comes into a problem, we don't want to, 1, reinvent the wheel, 2, the Jamaat should not feel alone or orphaned away from everyone else. Rather, and we have a repository of questions and answers, and that repository is like a treasure chest. This is what you do if a phone call comes. This is what you do when the meeting comes. This is what you should expect will come up. So I believe that the legal counsel, I'm asking a bit for help here. I think that we need a legal counsel of number of people which is minimum 3 and maximum 5. This is for a legal counsel, which means that you have to be trained a bit. You may not be the perfect product, but at least you have a basic angle. And there has to be, what you say, the memory of the institution is set up. They may not have the memory yet, but this becomes a memory bank. All right? Okay, we see that in multiple parts. That will also help us when it comes to standardization of new membership. What should we have? It will also help us in having the bank of policies which Rasool bhai just said. He mentioned 2 of them, speakers and social media. There may be others as well. But given the urgency, I see this as an urgent. There's something important, sometimes there's something which is important and urgent. This is urgent. So a legal counsel is not enough. To be able to set up objectives or change of power, we will need to have a task force. Yes? We will need to have a task force. We will need to have a task force which consists of counselors and then subject matter experts. Probably also some religious guidance. Not probably, most probably. So this is my expectation of OEB, and I wanted to just say that if we can agree that what we're doing now is that please do ask questions, and we take a few questions at a time. Rasul Bhai, if many things come towards you, then please make a note of them so that we answer them in bulk. We also know that Dr. Hamid has, from the observers, Alhamdulillah, wants to ask a question. So I'm going to ask just the first councillors they have, but we have noted, so we're going to come to you. And on this one, please, because we have time, if there are from anyone from us who would like to chip in, please do ask, okay? Asanto.
Asant, so I'll open the floor then to the trustees to pick up, and we'll take a few questions. Dr. Jiwa, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rasul Bhai, when you said that when they asked you about the Qarz-e Hasana, and you said they were familiar with the terminology of the Qarz-e Hasana, am I understanding, just because I'm not in a Jamaat that much involved, if someone gives a Jamaat a Qarz-e Hasana donation, can Jamaat then claim, we claim 20% or 40% of the, yeah. My question is first, if Jamaat can help me, are they allowed to claim on those donations? That's why you being Jamaat president, no? Yeah, I just wanted to, because I was, no, okay, I was just wondering, then I was,
my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that up to the point that it's still a loan, you can't take gift aid. As soon as it's converted, once you've established that you can't pay it back, or he forgives it, then it becomes a donation.
Thank you very much. No other further.
Shabir Bhai Merali, Hujjat.
Assalamu alaikum, Shabir Merali. So talking about Qarz-e Hasana, we have had this thing for years in our system, decades. For it to be particularly brought up explicitly with the name and everything could probably relate to what is going on in the Middle East. And perhaps we are in an English-speaking environment. Perhaps some of these things which we have in Arabic, we should rename them. That would be one way of doing this, instead of having it as Qarz-e Hasana, which we all know it's a noble concept, it's an Islamic concept and all that, but it could be misconstrued to mean something totally different with all those bombing raids which happened against those institutions which are doing exactly the same work. So what is Qarz-e Hasana? Payable when able. Just an observation, not a question.
Hassan, thank you, Shabir Bhai. Fayaz Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, I've got a couple of questions and maybe one observation. One, Rasul Bhai mentioned about trustees. He mentioned about trustees, and I'll just be specific about Essex Jamaat. I don't know whether they mention about is there tiers of trustees. Mentioned the management committee and trustees. Now our situation in Essex is we have holding trustees who literally just hold the asset of the Jamaat as trustees, although they are called trustees. But our management committee, not called trustees, but make the decisions of the day-to-day running of the Jamaat. The trustees who are the holding trustees are not involved in the EC meetings, they are not part of the EC meetings, they don't attend EC meetings, and they don't get the minutes of the EC meetings. So I mean, I remember years ago when we were building our center, we had that issue, and one of our trustees did bring an objection, and we had to give him assurance that whatever the management committee is doing it properly, and we had to assure him. So that's one thing. So are we now saying that the whole EC will be called trustees, and the holding trustees are trustees as well? And two, regarding the holding trustees, I think Mehboob Bhai mentioned about they are the owners of the asset. And one of my lawyers did say that they are the owners of the asset unless we have got a deed of trust between the trustees and the charity commission. So I don't know whether our Jamaats have got deed of trusts within our organizations. We don't at the moment, so we're just working on that at the moment as well.
Hassan, thank you very much, Fayaz Bhai. So I think possibly on the tier of trustees and the number of trustees is something that Rasul Bhai can answer. But with regards to the trustees being separate to the management committee, I'm aware of that model in many places, or certainly over the years, and probably something that Rasul Bhai will also be able to answer.
I think we had 3 points. One was regarding Qarz Hasana. Yeah. Okay. The second one specifically was about who is a trustee and who is not. I think Rasul Bhai covered it, very key point. He said that if a person is in a position of decision making, should be a trustee. Now, this does not mean that all Jamaats have the same. It depends on the size, it depends on the structure, and also the key question is, the more key question is, what is decision making? So, Rasul Bhai, I'm looking at you, one of the things, would you not agree that when it comes to having power of a minimum, if it is monetary, moving money from one to another, expenditure, and incurring costs, or even being saying that I'm going to receive these donations, and that person is there and is in any way should become a trustee. That's sort of, because there is a part in the Charity Commission guidance on who is trustee. This again comes about training. This just one point. On the Qarz Hasana, if it's okay, I think Shabib Bhai, I understand which angle you're coming from, but the definition of it, when it comes to us as European Jamaats, and Jamaats generally since the establishment of our Imam Barga and different parts, is that one community has a difficulty and another community helps. That's one. Second category, one individual has a problem and an institution helps them. Third one, which comes in, is specifically that no, it's a regional federation who helps as a loan as well, and can be an intermediary where someone else as an individual has used a custodian in the middle, and the point is that it is a Qarz Hasana. What we may need to do as an institute is to write that up, that what is Qarz Hasana. Okay? I purposely did not mention the thing that we all know from Tawdhi'ul Masail, that this qarz is from one individual to another, because here we are talking institutionally. Fair? So I just wanted to cover, so at least we have done that one. I think Rasul Bhai, those other points, if you can make. Thank you.
So I think Dr. Sab, you answered this question. Gift aid is only once it's converted to a donation. I think Fayaz Bhai, they don't believe in holding trustees. They don't have a concept in their mind. There's not a concept. There's not a concept of managing committee. And I think this was again highlighted in the World Federation case, which was at the World Federation. It's the trustees. According to them, trustees are be all and end all. The charity is trustee orientated. So they don't believe in this management. If you're a decision maker, then you're a trust. Then you have to declare them as trustee if they are a decision maker, and hence she didn't recommend, but she said that. Are you then saying that the management committee is the trustees? So there's not 4 trustees, there's 6 trustees, because then you've got the on that. So I think that's the point there. So whether they hold the property in trust and they're not decision makers, if God forbid something happened, they'll come back to them. It won't be the executive committee or the managing committee, it will be the trustees who are liable and responsible. And just on that note, she actually did say to us that has the charity considered incorporating. So I think that's another thing, that they are sort of, if you read in between the lines, they're pushing that, whether you want to become an incorporation, so it's limited by the entity rather than the other things. So I think I've answered the trustee question. Qarz-e Hasna, I think, yes, you're right. It's more individual based, like what you mentioned, rather than based. But I think what they want is they wanted, and I'll just read a point here. So this is the compliance officer asked about the charity policies. The trustees referred to the charity's entry on the register, which I think Muhammad Kazibai mentioned, which lists the policy. CJ noted there was no reference to a finance policy and asked if there was one, and would, for example, discuss the process of authorizing payments, cash reconciliations, bank statement reconciliations, so and so forth. So while they came in for initial inquiry on the lectures, they opened up a whole thing, and also I think, so I think it's important. It's important that those are noted. I don't think there was any other questions apart from those few that I've answered.
Thank you so much. Dr. Saib would like to come in. After Dr. Munir has spoken, we're going to go over to some Muhammad Qasim Balu. We're then going to go over to Paris for some comments from there. We then have a question from Dr. Hamir in the observers, and then we'll come back to Fayaz Bhai, who also has a question. Hassan.
Thank you. So I've got observation and some explanation. So we are all from East Africa. Fayaz, Samro. We are all from East Africa, and to date, they have got trustees who looks after the property. At Stanmore, we had the same. If you remember my book, we had 4 trustees who were not part of the EC, not managing committee, but the property was so-called under the name. It was removed because if you are not on the register with the Charity Commission, you don't exist. So I'm not sure whether the trustees you have in Essex are on the Charity Commission or not. If they're not on the Charity Commission, they are not trustees, they are nobody. Yeah, and so anything happens, is the trustees who are on the register of the Charity Commission are liable. So Stanmore recognized this a long time back, and we removed those trustees. So all the EC members are trustees and equally liable. The other thing, I have got a bone to pick. Rasul Bhai, I've got a bone to pick. The reason this session was not live telecast, because it's a very sensitive thing. We all need to learn from your experience. The absence of quite a few Jamaat here makes me feel it's hurting, because tomorrow those Jamaat will be in the same position that you were in, and they will not know what to do. And I'm not sure, we will be putting, the other issue is, if this is such sensitive matter that we're not telecasting it live, are we going to put in the minutes as well or not? The question for everybody.
I will continue with what Imam said, and again, when we talk about the trustees holding just for the properties, right? Now we need to come out of it. Many Jamaats, I know what Peterborough has done is they've transferred all their properties into a trust company that holds the properties, which is a very good idea, because one, the Jamaat, the charity owns the properties. Number two, in case of any death, it's very easy. And three, when we change, our terms change very quickly. So the administration of changing the properties or notifying the land registry is cumbersome. But if we put the property into the company, it's much more easier.
Sam, thank you very much. So I think the next part was experience from the continent, specifically from Paris and Masjid. I hope I've said that correctly. Both Paris Jamaats, that is north and south, please. Who would like to come in here? Yeah, Rizwan Bhai? Hassan, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Just maybe it is important to say that in France, the legal rules and the regulation is completely different than in England. This is the first point. In Paris South Jamaat, just to say, we have only 3 people known from the government. This is the president, the treasurer, and the secretary general. So only these 3 people are considered as trustees or known by the government. So there are specific rules, specific organization for our Jamaat, and you know that there is also a specific politic concerning Muslim people. So we have to be work very carefully on that issue. And that's why we are trying to reformate the status. I don't know how to say the status of this Jamaat, and we are working constitution of this Jamaat, and we are working on that at the moment.
Arif Hirji from Paris. In fact, in France, both Jamaats are not charity. Up to now, we are like an association, and we are at a turning point where the government is meeting all the Muslim associations now, and they are asking all of them to become charity. So both Jamaats are working on this at the moment and will become charity within this year. So we are building this constitution, and I think it's what Rasul Bhai said is very, very important for us. Second point regarding the speeches of our speakers, as Rizwan Bhai said, in France it's really kind of dangerous. If you just speak about specific countries, you are liable to penal justice immediately. So you cannot even speak anything about them. So our speakers have to be aware of this.
Assalamu alaikum. MKSI France there is Sujat Kasam from Paris North. So we can say that we have 3 main issues in France. Pelu issue is que government ne kapit se કે ખબર પડે કે તમારા ફાઇનાન્સ ક્યાંથી આવે છે. આ લોકો અમને જોતું નથી કે અબ્રોડથી તમારા પૈસા આવે, કારણ કે આ લોકો અમને ખબર નથી કે અબ્રોડથી ઇન્ફ્લુઅન્સ હોય તમારા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં. તો there is a first issue. And જેટલા પૈસા આપણને મળે છે એ લોકો અમને ખબર છે કે તમે તમારા એક્ટિવિટીઝ માટે તમે યુઝ કરો, સુકમ તમે અબ્રોડ પાછા મોકલાવો છો. તો there is an impact between French Jamaat and COEJ, because અમે ઘણા કોક ફેરે હુકુક અમે કોલેક્ટ કરી છે પછી COEJને મોકલાવી છે. હવે આજ સુધી જે અમાઉન્ટ અમે કોલેક્ટ કરી છે ફ્રાન્સમાં ઇઝ નોટ બિગ અમાઉન્ટ. સો there is no alert that રકમને આવે છે કે આ કેવી રીતે તમે પૈસા મોકલાવો છો. પણ આ એક ઇસ્યુ છે, એના આપણને એ મગજમાં રાખવાનું છે કે કદાચ કાલે અમને કે ભલે પછી 1000 પાઉન્ડ હોય કે 2000 કે આ શું કેમ તમે વા મોકલાવો છો, શા માટે, શા કારણે. તો એ પહેલું ઇસ્યુ છે. બીજું ઇસ્યુ જેમ આરિફભાઈએ કીધું કે આપણા જે મેમ્બરમાં આવે છે સ્પીકર્સ, ઓરકમને જોવામાં આવે છે ઓરકમ શું શું કહે છે અને ઓરકમ ક્યાંથી આવે છે. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ આપણી બે જમાતોમાં આપણા પાસે રેઝિડન્ટ આલિમ છે, they are known by the government અને they are resident in France, તો એમાં કંઈ વાંધો નથી. પણ જ્યારે મોહરમના મહિના આવે છે કે અશરે ઝેનેબી આવે છે કે યામે ફાતિમી આવે છે, તો અમે બહારથી આલિમોને તેરાવે છે અને ત્યાં કોક ફેરે પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય છે કારણ કે જેને આપણે તેરાવે છે સો they don't have French passport, they don't have European passport, તો અમને વિઝાની જરૂર હોય છે. અને ત્યારે એમાં કોક ફેરે પ્રોબ્લેમ થઈ શકે કે આ કોણ છે, ક્યાંથી આવે છે, શું કહે છે. તો એ જરાક આપણને મગજમાં રાખવાનું છે. તો અને આજે આપણા પાસે રેઝિડન્ટ આલિમ છે, પણ કાલના રેઝિડન્ટ આલિમ કદાચ ઓરકમ કહી શકે કે they have to be certified in France, કે ઓરકમ ફ્રાન્સમાં પ્રીચ કરી શકે. they are trying to do શું કહેવાય ને ઇસ્લામ ધ ફ્રાન્સ, સમજ્યા ને તમે, કે આ આલિમો ફ્રાન્સમાં ઓરકમનું ટ્રેનિંગ હોવું કપે. તો એમાં આપણે પણ કામ કરી રહ્યા છે થ્રુ કાઉન્સિલ ઓફ શિયા ઇન ફ્રાન્સ. તમે જોયા છો, તમે વિઝિટ કર્યા છો કે આ એક હોઝાએ આપણે બનાવ્યા છે, પણ હજી એ તો હોઝા હજી તો નવું છે, હજી we are trying to develop it. પણ એ મકસદ એ છે કે અગર કાલે આપણને કહે કે તમારા બધે આલિમો આ સર્ટિફાઈડ હોવા કપે, તો આપણું મકસદ એ છે કે આપણા પાસે એક ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન હોય, એક શું કહેવાય હૌઝા જેવું હોય કે સર્ટિફાઈડ કરી શકે આપણા આલિમો, ભલે પછી એની મોર કુમમાં ભણ્યા હોય કે નજફમાં જ્યાં પણ આપણું કંઈ હોય. તો આ બીજું ઇસ્યુ છે. અને ત્રીજું ઇસ્યુ એ છે જેમ આપણે કીધું કે ઓલોકમ આપણને ફોર્સ કહે છે કે તમે તમારા કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનને બદલાવો અને જેટલા તમારા રિલિજિયસ એક્ટિવિટી છે તમે સેપરેટ કરો તમારા બીજા એક્ટિવિટીથી, અને તમે બે સેપરેટ એસોસિએશન બનાવો. અને એ લોકોને કપતું નથી કે જે રિલિજિયસ એસોસિએશન હોય એ જે પૈસા અંદરમાં આવે એ આપણે બીજામાં વાપરે. લોકોને એ જોઈએ છે કે આપણે ફક્ત રિલિજિયસ એક્ટિવિટી તમારી સેન્ટર્સમાં જ તમે એ વાપરો. અને આ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે કારણ કે આપણે ફક્ત કોલેક્ટ નથી કરતા કે આપણે મજલિસ ફંડમાં ને બધું, આપણે સદકા એક દાખલા તરીકે સદકા ફંડમાં આપણે કોલેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ કે જેટલાની જરૂર પડે છે એ લોકોને આપીએ. એ રિલિજિયસ એક્ટિવિટીમાં ઘટતું નથી એ લોકોના પ્રમાણે. એ સેપરેટ એક્ટિવિટી છે, એ શું કહેવાય it's considered as cultural activity. સો એ તમને કરવું હોય તો બીજા એસોસિએશનમાં અને તમે આ સરખી રીતે તમે રાખો કે એક કોરે રિલિજિયસ એક્ટિવિટી શું છે તમારા, ક્યાંથી પૈસા આવે છે અને તમે કેમાં વાપરો છો ઓળખમ જોશે, અને જેટલા બીજાઓ છે એ તમે સરખી રીતે સેપરેટ કરો. તો એ આપણા માટે જરાક મુશ્કેલ છે અને આપણે કોએજ સાથે જઈ શું ઇમ્પેક્ટ હોય છે, એટલે જ્યારે આપણે કોલેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ ને કોએજને મોકલાવવાનું હોય છે તો આપણને વિચાર કરવો જોઈએ કે કેવી રીતે મોકલાવે, કઈ રીતે આપણે કોલેક્ટ કરીએ અને આપણે શું કે આપણે કેના માટે કોલેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ, કારણ કે એ કાર્ય રકમ એના બારામાં રકમ વધારે ધ્યાન આપશે. બસ મને કંઈ બીજું યાદ કરવાનું નથી, પણ મને લાગે છે 3 મેઇન ઇસ્યુ છે આપણા.
Thank you, Sujat bhai, Arif bhai.
I think one important point you have to be all aware of is the money transfer issue. As Sujat Bhai said, the amount were small up to now, because when you all guys are giving money to your charity, you have tax rebate, right? We don't have this because we are not a charity. That's why most of the people in France are giving their Kums money either to Madagascar, to Reunion, or directly to our Marja, and they are bringing cash. Now, if we become charity, we will be able to have this tax rebate. Then it will change completely, and the people, the members will give the money to Jamaat, and then the Jamaat will have to transfer it to COEJ. So there will be, I think the amount will increase, and there will be a problem about this transfer money. So we will have to set up a very clear policy so that we can explain in France that the money is going there. This is very important.
Thank you. We need Ali Askabai. We haven't heard from Masjid yet.
Assalamu alaikum, Ali Askar from Masjid. As brother said here, we have the same issue about alim coming, what they recite. And we don't have trustees, as you know, Brother Arif. We are just associations. Money transferring is an issue as well for us. We haven't been transferring money in and out for the past 5 years. So, I don't know, we have to look into that as well.
Hassan, thank you very much. We had a question from Dr. Hamir in the observers. And I think after that we had Fayaz Bhai Haji, and then we had Noshad Bhai as well. Followed by Mahmoud Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Rizwan Hamir. So, Rasul Bhai, thank you so much for what you said. I think it's a collective eye-opener. I'm not sure, I don't know, and I don't want to know who the complainant was, but I think they deserve a thank you because it's brought us to this place where we can discuss this. My point really is to yourselves at the front table, and my question. You know, I work in a reasonable sized hospital where there isn't very many controversial things going on. Yet we've employed a full-time lawyer, and she has 3 legal aides. And she's very busy. It's very difficult to actually get to speak to her because there's always issues. We are a big Jamaat, and I think what's happened in Leeds is only going to escalate. There are going to be more issues, and what you said opens a Pandora's box, really, I think, because it's not just the speakers' social media, it will be the trustees' media. I mean, do we know what we each have in our social media? Do we know what we should and shouldn't have? Have we had advice on that? Speakers who will come in the future, we have guest speakers. You know, there's lots of issues going on. But also, as we've just discovered with the issues of trustees, definitions are different. Our constitutions are different. So my question to you is that, is it time now that COEJ employs the services of formal legal advice, and at a small retention fee, this from each Jamaat that can contribute, this legal advice then goes to each Jamaat to look at their constitution and make sure that it is up to standard. And this is not a one-off, but it has to be at a regular, if you suggested every 12 months, then at every 12-month intervals, they go through the whole thing. And you mentioned, I think Muhammad Kazim mentioned that our terms are very short. You know, we change every 2 years. You've got a new Jamaat coming in. So all the trustees have to be advised again. This legal advice person could actually advise the alim, the trustees, and at some point even the wider Jamaat on what should be done and should not be done. I think it would be money well spent, and I think if there are sufficient Jamaat members who could contribute towards this, I think it would be very useful, but I will leave it at your discretion. Thank you.
Ahsantum, thank you. I would like to, before we go into certain next steps and conclusion, I would like to request Muhammad Bhai Walji, if you can sort of share some of the rough and turbulence you've had and what your thoughts are after hearing this. Thank you.
We had a very similar situation to Leeds Jamaat. I think it's the same person that wrote to us after a khutbah by a resident alim. It was Zionism was very vaguely mentioned. Alhamdulillah, with Rasul Bhai's support, and we had some more solicitors that replied back to Charity Commission. And Alhamdulillah, we are pleased to say I think they've almost closed our inquiry with a very strong rebuttal from the solicitors, and they replied back like a slap on your wrist, don't do it again kind of thing. So we've switched off our khutbah's live broadcast, and Maulana is a little bit careful. Sometimes he does go on a tangent and we switch off our live very quickly. They are monitoring and they're watching and they're keeping a good eye on our YouTube channels and stuff. So our experience was very similar to Russell. First was very scary in the sense they could even shut us down. So we have been careful on that side. And then recently the same newspaper put in another article out where they took about 14 or 13 2-second or 5-second clips from Jummah khutbahs across the Sunni world majority, where right at the end, may Allah obliterate the Zalimin on Palestine, or the Zulm, even one was Urdu, Dushman ko nisto naabud kare. And the headline was, the Muslims are praying for the destruction of Israel. And the dua shouldn't be done in that way. And they were so picky, so they heard the whole khutbah, and these scholars were careful, and they managed to pick a last 5 second. Add them all up. So the eye on us is very, very close. So yeah, in summary, we'll have to be careful. We'll have to find different ways of countering this, but the eyes are on us. I think we've escaped here. One idea that I had was also we should, so there's, in the Charity Commission website, if you put the word Israel charities or something like that, or Jewish charities, there was over 2,700 charities that collecting money, getting gift aid, directly supporting the soldiers. And all of this actually has come because of this Israel-Palestine war going on. And it's all started recently. So it's all this anti-Semitic thing is all related to this. All these eyes on us is all to do with this. Even Sheikh Jafar's lectures on there, it's all to do with how he explained things. So what I'm suggesting, my idea is also how could we perhaps find a legal team and say to Charities Commission, you need to investigate these 2,000 charities that are then using taxpayers' funding and helping soldiers who are in a probable genocide thing. So could we turn this around and make it a counter-offensive, like they're going after us? So there's a Jewish lobby. So the solicitor that refined our paperwork after Rasul Bhai's help lost 2 cases with schools that were shut down by Charity Commission. And he said to me, we need to tweak this because there's this powerful Jewish lobby behind Charities Commission sending them after us. So could we turn things around and start suing them on that same law and get this Charity Commission to go to investigate all these Jewish-related charities that are supporting Israel's genocide in one way, shape, or another? Or maybe find other counter-offensive ways where instead of just defending, we are fighting them. Or we are finding things to pick on them now, bring in the media, bring it to the MPs, whatever else we can do to fight it. So yeah, in summary, similar experience to Leeds, and we appreciate Leeds' support was really helpful. Again, I've made some notes on the policies that they asked us for so many policies, and Rasul Bhai helped us create some of the policies that we were missing, and they've asked us again to update our policies. I don't think we have Qazi Hasana policy and stuff, so inshallah we'll build that on it, and then just build on a few other policies on the social media side. Thank you, that's from me.
Hassan, thank you so much, Muhammad Bhai. So as we head into conclusion, I'm going to take some final observations, questions, and comments from Fayaz Bhai, Naushad Bhai, and then Mehboob Bhai, after which I'll pass back over to, and Rasul Bhai, of course, and after which I will pass back to Arif Bhai for final comments and conclusion. Hassan.
Mine was just a quick one, and I think Munir Bhai reiterated that within our thing, we've got 3 different trustees on the land registry and 3 different trustees on the Charities Commission, and no mention about the management committee anywhere as trustees. So thanks, Munir Bhai, brought that point up, and just additional to MKB, he mentioned about forming the company. So I think if COEJ could help us smaller Jamaats to see how we can, or with the help of Peterborough, how to form that company, so we can quickly get these land registry issues sorted as well.
Assalamu alaikum. Naushad Danji, Milton Keynes. I just wanted to go back to the definitions of trustee and holding trustees. I've got the Charity Commission website, and the charity trustees, according to the definition, which pretty much lines up with what Rasul said, charity trustees are the people who, under the charity's governing document, are responsible for the general control and management of the administration of a charity. So it's very clear that it's the managing committee members or executive committee members are all trustees. I think we need to move away from our traditional East African mentality where you have a managing committee and trustees separately. I don't think it works in this country. And then in the same governing document, there is a provision for holding trustees. So this particularly applies to unincorporated charities. So Milton Keynes Jamaat is unincorporated. So what we have is we have holding trustees. What it says is if the charity trustees do not want to hold legal title for any land or other property themselves, they can appoint a nominee or holding trustees or a custodian trustee, and the governing document must explain how to do this. So in our constitution, there is a clear definition of what holding trustees are. The holding trustees are appointed by the charity trustees. They do not have any power in the decision making of the and running of the charity. So it's very clear. It's there on charity commissions.
Mehboob, just to be, when we use trustees, the word, the way we using it, we have to be very careful because some concepts that have been mentioned about holding trustees, what in effect we are talking about is literally even hiring a third-party custodian company to hold the property for you. They've got no relationship to the trustees as such, which is the reference that they made, that is a contractual relationship between the charity and the custodian. So I think we just need to be careful. One concept, it's very similar to company law and directors. Every director, every trustee is equally responsible in law what that entity does. Obviously, when it comes to scrutiny, they will focus more on the managing trustees more than the more non-executive trustees, if I can call them. So, but everyone's equally responsible, just like on a board of directors. Just to clarify that. Just, Arif, by the one thing that you mentioned about you guys have been encouraged to move from an association into a charity. It'd be good to understand, obviously, it's a part of you, I'm sure you are looking into as to why you're being pushed to do that and whether you're taking on more responsibility, whether you'll be under more scrutiny. Is that the reason they are pushing you in that direction? And whether you have any choice in staying where, what is your preferred approach? Another point that Sujat Bhai, you mentioned was this concern about a charity sending money to another body. Question is, can you build that into your constitution where if you are part of a regional charity, can you have that kind of a relationship? And if you build it into your constitution, does it give you any more flexibility? Just points of observation. Obviously, I don't know how the system works, but it's something that's worthwhile thinking as to why the government is pushing you in that direction.
whatever I've said so far is not sensitive, in the sense that, it's information that can be readily available. What I am going to say now is fairly sensitive, and this is personal experience. And I think it also applies in Leicester's case as well. There's an organization called Memory. And Memory, for sure, had where we are is because of them. And you look them up, MEMRI. And the person who was feeding Memory was a guy called Habibi. It's a Twitter post. It's not his correct name, but it's Habibi. Habibi, huh? Yeah. It's a Jewish, it's a Zionist fact. And Habibi is feeding information through. Habibi actually looks at all the khutbahs, all the lectures, and he has actually prepared a whole dossier of the Leeds lectures, which were then sent to Memory, which were then given to the newspaper, the Times and the Telegraph. And the third person is a guy called Simon Mearson, KC. He's the chairman or the president of the Leeds Jewish Representative Council. We've had a couple of meetings with him, but he's a Zionist. And these four individuals are all connected. And when we were having a conversation with the Charity Commission, they didn't tell us where it came, but we told them. And in fact, there's 300 pages here of that whole meeting. And what they then said to us, that if you want, why don't you make a complaint against the Leeds Jewish Representative Council, if you want to. But these are the peoples who are looking at us. They are reviewing all our lectures, and then they are getting them interpreted through Memory, and they are then using the script that comes from Memory and the questions that were being asked and the interpretation. For example, there was a lecture where our sheikh mentioned Surah Dukhan. Not Surah Dukhan, sorry, the Ankabut, the spider's web. And they actually then started questioning us that in this lecture, and I think it was the Yom-e-Gum, it was a Yom-e-Gum lecture, and where he was giving political context in that lecture. So I think that's one thing that we just need to be careful. There are individuals who are looking at us, who are reviewing us, and we were advised that we take off our lectures online, live stream them off, take them off live stream, and if we want, we then put them back on. So I think these individuals, it'd be worth just doing a little bit research on them, do some background checks on these guys, but they are quite active. And I know Habibi did raise the issue, because he mentioned it in his tweet about Leicester Jamaat, and he also mentioned it in his tweet about Leeds Jamaat as well.
Okay, I would like to just do a summary, way forward, and see how we can come to certain action points. We can talk about 5 areas that we discussed. I'm not saying in order of priority. We need to, as members across Europe, to have policies in place. There were 2 policies which were mentioned at bare minimum, and there was a third one as well. Minimum was the speakers or the member guideline, which there is, but we have to look at it, and each and every Jamaat have to have it. There's a social media policy which was touched on from a few angles. One is for the speaker who comes on the member, but furthermore, which was also mentioned regarding the managing committee member or the trustee as well, and our past. I would extend it even further for anyone who is having any considerable responsibility in a subcommittee or so and so forth. because we have big Jamaats sometimes and big activities and so forth. We also spoke about then objectives, that is one part to look at. And then we talked about a middle item, that what is the definition of a trustee? The definition of a trustee, that on one hand, is it a member of someone who holds a trust, be that having properties or other assets, or is it the trustee who is there in case there is a dissolution or a managing committee member chaos and trustees take over? This is another, but that is not what should be meant. Then came powers, and I mentioned in that order objectives, trustees, and powers, because the powers is, as very correctly Rasul Bhai and Noshad Bhai you said, are those who have any executive power of moving, taking decision making, and these should be stipulated through powers which the charity can do through those who are trustees, who should be the executive committee member or the managing committee members, for example. We mentioned these areas, which are 4. Then the 5th one which was mentioned was regarding ownership of who owns the assets, the Jamaat vis-a-vis an additional company and so forth. That's an additional one. I would humbly say that that last one is a bit of an offshoot. Why am I saying this? Because we need to go to certain action points. Let's talk about who will do. I think from what I hear is that a task force is in order, because it's not something which we are expecting to take 2 years. It's something to take much less than this. And that should be consisting of counselors, subject matter experts, including a religious scholar or scholars. And I really appreciate what Dr. Hamir said, that most probably we will need to have external legal advice on somebody who is a charity expert. And we may need to put into retainer. So that is who would be part of what you would call a task force. Then we go into how. Actually, the how is simpler, but it creates one easy thing and one difficult thing. The easy one is actually that we should put monies aside. And I expect, actually, because this is a shared service with objectives, that Jamaats will want to put in certain monies across so that not each Jamaat does the same activity. From a feeling of what I believe we should put in as a retainer, I'll come back to the money part very soon. I noticed when I said money is everyone's attention, really, okay? The second one is more difficult. I want, within the next 5 minutes, that we come up on at least who the counselor should be part of this group. Then I'm going to give a homework as well, that who are the legal experts in your Jamaats who should be part of it. And I believe again that the number of people should be around 5 to 7 people in total for a task force. It should not be 12. It will become Kichuro. Okay? And when. So we talked about what, how, now we go to when. I would like us to come to a point that the COEJ constitution can be changed at least by objectives and or powers by this conference. So we are talking about just shy of 6 months. around 5 months, 5.5 months time, because you need to send the pre-read first. So hence task force is important. What you all heard from the most sensitive items, both from Muhammad Bhai as well as Rasool Bhai, these were sensitive items. They're very super urgent. So if I go back to the how again, to the monies just for a part, if we have councillors, we have an alim or two, and we have also what you co-opt a law firm or a lawyer on a retainer, I believe that this cost can be around a retainer fee. If we at least can pass that this number is what we want to put aside, does £40,000 sound logical? I believe it's going to be less. What is the thing that we want to create? We want to create a document which is a guidance document, which will cover those things which I said, but it also will be that it goes through, at bare minimum, the 11 Jamaats in the UK, and if possible, the additional 7 Jamaats, at least we can have a look at it. But first step, at least the 11 Jamaats constitution can look at what? The objectives and powers, and who are trustees. I'm not saying that we are going to change everyone's constitution within 6 months. I'm saying that that goes into a robust guidance, and then comes as a recommendation of how the COEJ constitution should change in the upcoming conference, which is end of September-ish, or in September, sorry. I want to hear about if the monies are correct. I would like to hear about which councillor should be there. And I would like this to be relatively fast. So I'm going to go. Bismillah, Rasool Bhai.
The methodology I'm just looking at, rather than looking at all 11, because then it'll be so many constitutions, perhaps we can look at one, and from that, we can then pick up those points. So rather than going through all the constitutions, have one as a model constitution based on one of the Jamaat's constitution, and then we could model around that, and other Jamaats can then just pick and copy and paste. Because I think it's going to be relevant to all of us, especially the UK ones. So that's one of the points on there. So rather than, because if you give a solicitor or legal team the 12 different constitutions, I think it's going to get a bit tedious. Money-wise, so far, I think our cost has come to be at £20,000 from start to the point that all the work that was done up to now and all the preparation is done, so it's cost us £20,000. I don't think the constitution is going to cost that much. I think a figure of about £10,000–15,000 just for the constitution and drafting of the constitution maybe, and I think we're doing something very similar with the WF as well. So I think that shouldn't be issue. So those were just the 2 points that I just wanted to clarify regarding the workable.
Very good. Ahsan. Can we first go into which councillors should be part of it? For me, I think it's quite obvious that we should have Rasool Bhai as a councillor there. For me, as someone who also is a legal practitioner in Mahbub Bhai should be part of it. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the mobile. Thank you so much. we all saw it. Shabir Bhai also nodded. Nah, so we need 2 of you, please. Okay? I think it is key. And I would like to also know who more should be part of this. I think, yes, I think we should at least have one from France to be part of it. One from the two Paris Jamaat should be part of it. Because, yes, Kamil Bhai, Bismillah, Ahsantum. Thank you so much. Because this is, otherwise it will be from scratch. Even if you will not implement directly, you need to have that what to prepare in the next steps. Super important. Okay. Do we need
terms of reference?
Yes, the terms of reference, thank you so much. The terms of reference, I would like that the group which is put together puts a first draft of terms of reference and works with the Secretary General. But the following thing should be in the terms of reference so that we can remember. One is that the group will have to be formed and has to report back as partially with something in the Executive Council meeting which is coming up, and with the aim to present at bare minimum a change in the COEJ constitution. I'm purposely not going in to say that use one constitution of one of the members or not. Let the working group feel what's right. Could be one or could be two, but I really like the steer, so that's direction sounds good. I also think that it should produce a guiding document of saying who are trustees when it comes to member Jamaats, uniformity of objectives, yes or no, or is it sufficient to go with change of powers? So this is basically certain few chapters which need to be there. I'm very wary to say about policies for at this stage. Yes. The terms of reference for the group is also that it can collate, and I want notes here, that all the policies which are available in the Jamaats at COEJ level, it should be easily and welcome, easily sent and transferred to this group. And I think those are the bare minimum. It could be that we would extend the responsibility further, but that's at bare minimum. Mahbub bhai, Bismillah.
So this task for committee, whatever it is it going to be just focused on UK or all the European Jamaats?
It will be at focus at COEJ. It will have a bigger focus on UK, but because of what we discussed. If we didn't discuss this, we would not have come to a point, because not registered at charities, but they are going through a pathway. There is a religious pathway, there is a cultural pathway, and there is a scholarly institutional side pathway as well. So this is an angle. And whilst we are really at a sensitive item, maybe I will say further. Okay? So I've touched on terms of reference. I would expect that from the group, they themselves choose a chairman or chairperson. And they should also be able to co-opt volunteers from the community as they feel fit, as long as it doesn't become too massive. Yeah, Mahbooba, Bismillah.
So just following on my point, what I'm indirectly suggesting is that somebody from the from the continent should be sitting on that committee, at least one or two. Yeah.
Kamil Bhai is sitting. He's already. He's agreed.
Okay,
so at this moment, from councillors, we have yourself, we have Rasool Bhai, and we have Kamil Bhai. We have these three at this moment.
Okay. May I suggest one more?
Bismillah.
One of the tasks that you and I discussed, and you and Shabir Bhai discussed, was the whole Portugal setup. And Shabir Bhai and I have been discussing it, that in terms of our first task was going to be to review what should be in this constitution, whoever joins us. And I think it's sort of partly related task. And question is, should we just merge that task with this task? And have Shabir Bhai also on that?
Yes, it's a good point. I would say we don't merge it. If Shabir Bhai wants to be part of this one, alhamdulillah, I'm very happy. But why not to merge it? Because I don't want two things to not be delivered. The Lisbon Jamaat one, just to touch, becoming later, is already a member. But it's an onus for us, for them, to have answer to the due diligence, and there were some parts which are outstanding. So that should be faster, be done, but it should not be subject to this whole process. That's my stay on this. Okay, and in regards to monies, I think, you know, ballpark figure at the top figure sounds 20 is the max. What that figure is subject to after you speaking to solicitor. And I would expect that when we reach out to Jamaats to share the burden on this one, it's a direct benefit to each Jamaat. So it's not that, you know, so I'm just looking, perfect. So at the conference, we also are saying that we want an agenda item of change of constitution, but what the wordings are, we can decide at the next EXCO for the agenda item. If it's wider or smaller for the COEJ constitution. Are we fine? Alhamdulillah, I'm looking around. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Hassan, thank you very much. Very important discussion. Definitely some chai needed after that. Alhamdulillah, it's coming around. So next item on the agenda is the census update. So so the census update is scheduled for between now and 11:45. So we've got about 20 to 25 minutes for discussion on this, because we then need to move into the treasury discussion, as that has to be done by Salah. So as we know, and I updated the trustees on this a little bit of time back. So I had a call, and I took the responsibility on to ensure that we could obtain the data from the census, okay? I had a call with the previous president, Salim Bhai, in November, and I was assured that the census data would be with me and sent to me by the end of the week on that call. That didn't happen, so I sent a couple of chases, okay? And on the 11th of December, I got a message saying that he would send it by the evening as he was traveling, which was fine. However, I did not hear back again, okay? I haven't been able to get in touch with Salim Bhai since the 11th of December when we exchanged that last message, okay? I then wrote to Salim Bhai formally, and that was around Christmas sort of holidays time, and that was to formally request that the data was sent to us, obviously because the data belongs to the charity, and there's obviously some exposure there from a GDPR perspective, and we have yet to hear back from that letter. Now, I suppose the discussion around today was to update the House in terms of what's happened and where we've got to. It hasn't changed a great deal from the update that I gave the councillors a little while back. But I'd like to be guided by the House in terms of where we move next, because I believe we've exhausted all avenues, or certainly I have internally in terms of what I do. So we've had a couple of calls, we've then had some chasing messages, we've then written formally and not been able to get an answer. So you know, on that, we now open to the floor for a discussion around how we move forward. I can see Mahbub Bhai with his hand up, so we will start with Mahbub Bhai, and inshallah we can have a discussion to move forward. Hassan.
So I guess my first question is, what is your proposal we should do about this?
Our first proposal is to see what the House, where it leads us. And the House has already spoken. Yeah, the House has already spoken. The House spoke last time on 2 items, that the census activity as a whole belongs to Council of European Jamaats. And it belongs, the data of it is for the member Jamaats. So it is not belonging to us as office bearers, one person or persons. That was number 1. The second one was that the Executive Council was extremely wary and not happy that this may be a breach of data protection and data withholding data, and in the wrong hands, up to the point there was mention that how can we secure the data that it is not permeated and reached to any wrong hands. So those are the 2 points which were there. So that's when you ask about what is the proposal, I can say what the next steps are, but I don't want to yet. But those are the 2 things we have heard so far. Dr. Saab wants to speak, and
I'm just going to hand over to you. Sorry, something I forgot to mention in our introduction, and I think this has come up in conversations. I was also informed that the previous Secretary General is also in possession of the data, and so that is something to note. And something. Sorry, yeah, not the previous SG from the previous term, but prior to that. Yeah. And we have been through every archive, every inbox. We've been through everything to be able to find. There appears to be no information and not actually a thread or a trail of any emails relating to the census. So I just want to make it clear that we've done our due diligence there. I'm just going to pass over to Dr. Munir.
So I just want to say that even though this is a very sensitive matter, this though need to be minuted. The reason is from GDPR and our responsibility with the ICO, we need to be able to show to them that we have tried our utmost best to retrieve the data from people who should not have it.
If I come to Sujad Bhai, and then we'll go to Rasul Bhai.
Okay. I think we should have a data protection officer in our institution that guarantees that all our data is under GDPR and is protected, and also can be advise our Jamaats in the data management, because all our Jamaat are not, I think, we are not in aligned in data protection. So I think from COEJ we should have someone with the hat of data protection officer.
Hassan, thank you very much, Sujad Bhai, for the observation. I'll come to Rasul Bhai, and then I believe we've got Mehboob Bhai from there.
This census issue has been discussed at every single meeting, or most of the meetings in the previous term. So I think it was actually launched at the Essex meeting in July 2022, where there was 3-phase approach. There was then the one and then in August, it was actually launched. And if I remember correctly, there was a prize draw. Whoever takes part in the census, they get 2 tickets to Dubai as a prize draw. So did we pay for that? Did anyone get 2 tickets? So that's another question that okay, did anyone win that? Okay. And then I think in July December 22 in Leicester, that was the Leicester meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Was it the Leicester AGM? Leicester, where the census was actually discussed, the results of the census were discussed, where they said that certain proportion of our have been involved in illicit relationships, certain amount of this, certain. So they actually discussed at this. So there's a whole document which is sitting somewhere and no one knows, and yet, and in fact, in one of the meetings, it was the 4th meeting of last term, where we were told that external companies were engaged in assisting in the collection of data. So how much money have we paid on this? So where in the accounts is this whole census issue? How much have we spent? Because if external companies were involved, either they did it pro bono, which is nice, but we need to be told, and if they haven't done it pro bono, then who's paid for it and how much has been paid for it? I think there is obviously an issue about data protection, but I don't think it's a major, I don't think it's the hook that we can hang everything on. I think it's a matter of principle. It's a project that was approved by the trustees, and it belongs to the trustees. So therefore, I think we need to, in whatever diplomatic way or whatever way we can, we need to basically now go back and say that that information needs to be made available to us. And in fact, at the Leicester meeting, I think I saw when I was reading the minutes, it was 1,000 names that were collected. But subsequently, I know that it actually prolonged to Ramadan, and they said there was a few thousand. So I think, again, we need to understand how big this information is as well. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I think very valuable points, Rasul Bhai, as always. So I think some of the questions it would be unless so Kazim Ali here has the answers to some of the questions. Okay. What I would say is that in response to the making it, diplomatically clear that we need to get the data, that's actually where we've arrived at. That is where we've been so far. So we've had 2 calls, messages, followed by a formal letter. There's not really actually a next avenue internally that we'd be able to take. So I suppose that's why we brought it to the House to have that discussion. And no doubt it's an important discussion. Now I'm happy, in terms of action points, to take away some of the stuff that you've discussed, which is that it was raised at previous conferences. These are the companies that have been employed to do stuff, and there was data made available. And if offline after this as an action point, we can connect and I can look at that. I'm happy to do that. But we've brought it to the House to say, look, as a collective of trustees, what should we do now moving forward? Because we do need to obtain the data. There's no doubt that is important. So whilst we consider that for a moment, I'll pass over to Kazim Ali Bhai, who's then going to have the answers to some of those questions, and then we'll move to Mahbub Bhai.
So just on the points you raised, going through the meeting minutes for the last term. So the external company, I think it relates to the World Federation census, not the COEJ census. That's what's down on the meeting minutes. It said that COEJ census was done using COEJ resource and volunteers, and any costs were bundled into general administrative expenses. So I'll need the treasurer to confirm what the finances are. With regards to response rate, so the numbers that are in the minutes are 1,300 responses received. There is some sensitive data about mental health and drug abuse, etc. It was said that it was shared, full data was planned to be shared at the AGM, which according to the minutes it was, or a summary of the minutes it was. And that's it. There's just a side note in 2022 that census was planned to be conducted during Ramadan, nothing else in the actual minutes. Yeah?
if you look at the 5th meeting of the term, which was on the 11th of March 2023, I think that it said that it would be rerun in Ramzan because they wanted to get a bigger response than the 1,300 that they got. Okay. And then, did anyone win the 2 tickets to Dubai, by the way?
So,
I did put my name down for that.
So it does say, you are right, that was missed. So it does say, but it very limited information afterwards on it. With regards to any prizes, I can't find that anywhere in whatever I've searched. Such a.
Okay. Mehboobai, please.
So I'll start with expressing my disappointment because I don't think this Executive Council has done what it should have done in the manner because at the end of the day, in terms of management issues, you're responsible. And I'll give you an example. If somebody does not pay rent tomorrow on our investment, you're not going to come to this committee to say, what should I be doing? Yeah? It is obvious, this is your property, it's our property, you're in charge. What would be your normal general next step? You've got various avenues. Has a letter from the solicitors been issued giving them a period for recovery? We should be reporting it to the Charity Commission. Coming to Munir's point, have we done whatever we should have done? No, we haven't. And having waited another whole month and a half, not doing anything, I think we should be going after as a matter of course, the letter that has gone to Salim should go to every previous Executive Council member to say whatever information you have, not only on the census, anything you have should be handed over. That's one thing. The other person that you said, a former Secretary General, please do mention the name, should be written to and asked for that information. Give them a 7-day period to do so and tell them that if you don't, you will be going to the Charity Commission. Because we are now responsible whilst this data is sitting. Coming to Rasul's point, GDPR is just one of the issues. It is just a simple matter of law. This belongs to us. We know it is sensitive data. It became a big controversial issue during the election campaign in terms of sensitive data. And we don't even have Rasul Bhai is raising issues like a company was supposed to be instructed to do so. Have we done any homework on those questions? Within the next 14 days, we need some kind of a resolution or going to the Charity Commission. And this is the point I made earlier. I'm having a discussion with another trustee, Jamaat, where they think that the information belongs to them personally. It does not. It belongs to the charity. And we need to drive that point through whatever means possible. And I know reporting it to the regulator causes problems, but we should not be shy on doing so. This is a serious issue.
Awesome, thank you. Sujat Bhai, and then after that, I would like to come with a proposal of a pathway, if that's okay then, on the back of what we've heard. Sujat Bhai.
Okay, thank you. I'm agree with Mehboob Bhai. He has totally reason. And maybe a suggestion we can do, we can nominate 1 or 2 persons as a mediator from this, from trustees that go back to Salim Bhai or Sabira Ben to get back this data, and we give them a deadline before going to Charity Commission. Maybe, I don't know, suggestion.
Mr. President, with all due respect to Sujat Bhai, I don't think we need mediators. People who are trustees of a charity know what are their responsibilities. When you have left the organization, it is only right and necessary by law, by ethics, by morals, whatever, to hand over whatever you had when you were a trustee. We have been going round and round in circles. If you look at the minutes, from August 2023 or something, that topic disappears. as I mentioned in the last meeting, how long are we going to wait for? That data is sitting somewhere. Now you tell us today that it is even sitting with the previous Secretary General. I think there is no need for mediation. We have sent letters, we have sent everything. Send one last letter as Mehboob suggested. And I think we should all be on board with this. And the urgency and the importance of this should not be missed.
Okay. Can we have each one 2 more comments, and that's it, please? And because then we need to move a bit forward, because I think that we heard quite a lot, actually, and I think it's enough for us to take next steps. So Kamil Bhai and Rasool Bhai, Sajjad, you want to also say? No? So 2, and then we'll go forward. Bismillah.
Just wanted to separate 2 things. Salim Bhai not giving census is one thing. Have we tried getting back the census with the previous Secretary General?
I'll touch on that. Bismillah.
I understand the frustration from Mehboob Bhai and the House in general. I think we need to try and get the information out without being aggressive or approaching our regulatory body or any sort of threats like that. I think we need to work a bit harder. I know it's not easy, but I think if we can solve it, I think that would be much better there, rather than going down any sort of legal or regulatory way. Either that data has been lost, if it was stored somewhere, that data may have been lost. There's a possibility, but then we just need an honest that this data was where it was and it's no longer there, which is fine. Then we can then decide what we want to do after that. But I would really try and urge that we remain calm about it and try and resolve it in the most amicable way, rather than giving any threats or doing that. That's just a personal opinion.
Okay. If I think we should have an amalgamation of 2 parts, if it's okay. Firstly, I think what this Executive Council has said, that we are going to write that the Executive Council expects within, and we can write 14 days, we can have it shorter, and that's it. Does not close the door of having 1 or 2 people from here to reach out to Salim Bhai that we expect the data, because we will otherwise have to take next steps. The question is that in the letter, how hard we want to write. Personally, I'm of the same, my palette is the same as Rasool Bhai on this one. I don't want to go external. I want to avoid every possibility of going external. I don't want to have even the iota of culture of going external. However, is it not fair to say that many of us have worked with Salim Bhai? So I'm going to ask each one of you and myself, have we done enough to speak to him directly? I'm asking here specifically those who have worked closely. Can we have 1 or 2 to reach out? We are having the meeting in Leicester. We have invited Salim Bhai to this very meeting for the Executive Council meeting today. I hope we would have resolved before and latest by the eve of this meeting. So, Regarding Sabira Bai, remember Sabira Bai has not said, Sabira Bai Lakha has not said that she has the data. Salim Bai, as per our Secretary General, informed all the councillors that we were informed by Salim Bai that also Sabira Bai Lakha has got the data. That does not mean that Sabira Bai has informed us, nor can we assure that she has the data. So it's very important for this house to, and that's why I'm a bit wary about that as well. I heard about the suggestion to write to all the previous office bearers of the last term. All EC? So that means current trustees and also the trustees, all the councillors of before as well, with one letter. Fine, I have no problem with that. But can we talk about timeline? What timeline would we like to have on this? But I personally, I don't want to go to Charity Commission, but if you feel that it is our duty, else we'll be in a problem. Yeah, but I wouldn't like to. Thank you.
I would just like to echo Arif Bhai's thoughts and also Rasul Bhai's thoughts. Going to the ICO, is no small matter. And I think we need to, when you open that box and you put yourself, given the discussion we've just had this morning actually, so given the very sensitive discussion we have just had this morning, do we as an institution want to put ourselves out there on the radar with these regulatory bodies over something that we can probably solve internally? Okay, I'm quite confident that we can. It might just take a little bit longer, okay? But I don't think that's the right course of action at this stage. Whilst I empathize with the frustrations, because I completely agree, it's a matter of principle. The data does not belong to any of us, it belongs to the institution, and it should have been handed over, and it hasn't. But as Arif Bhai has said, we now need to move forward, and I'm just going to come over to Mahbub Bhai now.
So Mahbub, I just want to put it on record that it is our legal obligation. Rasul Bhai was questioned as to what the trustees did when they felt something was going wrong. My question to you is, when did you first approach Salim? He said he promised he'll give you the information. He didn't say, I don't have it, or I lost it, or whatever. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you, and then complete disregard in terms of ignoring you. So that's one thing. The minute he told you that Sabira has it, and I completely agree with the president that we can't assume, Sabira is in a different category. You haven't even approached her, so we can't assume anything. But my question is, once that name was mentioned, it would take 2 seconds to send an email straight to her, say, do you have the information? Have we sent an email? No. So that's why I'm saying we are not doing what we should be doing. And writing a letter, giving him 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, if there is no stick attached to it, it's a pointless exercise. You have to remind him that we have an obligation, and we will exercise the obligation, which is going legal. And if we don't then exercise that stick, then everyone's going to disregard us. And this is a serious issue. And let me, I did not say go to ICO. We seem to be very fixated about GDPR. We don't even know what the data is. Whether it's got personal data, or is it completely anonymized? We have absolutely no clue, although it belongs to us. It is a general regulatory issue. It's our property, whatever it is.
Okay.
Before we even go to the ICO issue.
I would like to have 2 action points if it works. I would like that a formal letter be written. There should be some kind of mention that we may take, or we will go further with a legal action. We don't have to say exactly what that is. I would like, Mahbub Bhai, that you assist our Secretary and Assistant Secretary General in writing that, please. And I think also, next part, I would like to appoint 2 people right here who should reach out to Salim Bhai. And the 2 people I would like to appoint to reach out is Dr. Husayn Bhai Jiva and Abbas Bhai Manji. No, that's fine. But I would like, no. But I would like that this house reaches out to both Salim Bhai and Sabira Bhai in separate ways. Very clearly, we have to say, Sabira Bhai, we've not said that you have it, we heard. We have been told. Okay, fine. We can do that, but specifically, that could be in the letter. But my suggestion is that if we have 2 councillors in parallel, one does not defeat the other, reaches out. Now I'm going to ask also what the timeline we want to have for that in the letter. 10 days? 14.
Can I suggest something? Oh, sorry. I definitely understand the frustration. Not long ago, I believe we were in Birmingham, where we had talked about GDPR. There was a question that was asked to me in my line of work and data protection. So I can see all the frustration in the room. And we are also frustrated here on this side of the table too. But I ask this House to have great caution in what we are saying here today. Because whilst we should remind Salim Bhai of his obligation under GDPR and the fact that we are under the Information Commissioner's Office, the minute that you start putting a stipulation on there, you've got to be willing to carry that out. And I don't think anyone in this room is willing to actually go to solicitors and start suing and taking people to court. We must try every avenue to resolve this internally. So that's number one. With regards to the second point that has been made about Sabira Bhai, you as the office bearers have been informed that she holds the data. So it would be prudent, perhaps, first of all, the first approach should be the Secretary General to say that we have been informed that you might have the data, can you please supply that information? We're more than happy to speak to Salim Bhai, no problem. I don't know what that blockage is. All I would say is for this House to have some positivity in saying that at least he's saying he has the data or he's willing to give it. He's not giving it. For whatever reason, whatever that block is, we better find that out. But please, can we have some caution? I get it from a legal perspective. You know, we must at some point come to some sort of resolution here. I don't think we are there. I don't think we can start sending letters right now saying, if you do not provide this, then we are going to take further action. We've got to be willing to carry that out, and I am definitely not there right now.
A couple of points. I think Sabira Bhai resigned, or she didn't resign, she was sacked at the previous term. Now, why are you, it was the previous administration's job to get all the information out. Why are you being told to go to her? That's not acceptable. And I don't think you should be going to her to ask for that information, simply because in the handover, when it was done from her to the other Secretary General, it should have been in there. That's number one. Number two, I think that rather than writing that letter initially, I think the 2 people that you've got, go and see Salim Bhai. Let them see Salim Bhai, let them speak to him, and then write any letters. You know, I totally agree with what Abbas is saying. Let them go out, let them find out what that blockage is, you know, what the reason is, and once they report back, then we can decide the next course of action. And if we can give them a timeline of 14 days to go and see and do that, and then come back, and then we'll decide the next course of action. That's what how I would suggest we should go about it.
So one of the things that I'm concerned about, so we are not talking about 2 parallel movements, we're talking about one after the other. And first we try this. What happens after 2 weeks? Do we wait to the next Executive Council meeting?
because this can all be done through email. I think once they've had a word with Salim, they'll inform the secretariat, they'll inform the secretariat, and once we know what the outcome is, then we can just have a sort of a online email, quick upper vote or whatever. Or we decide now that if the outcome is positive, then no issues.
Yeah.
If the outcome is negative, then we write. And if we write, again, I agree there should be no threats in that letter. However, I think to put some weight on that letter, it should be from all the trustees, for and be on behalf of all the trustees, because the responsibilities lies with the trustees, not just you, it lies with all of us here. So I think to put weight on that letter, it needs to come as for and on behalf of all the trustees of Council of Europe. So we're all basically signing that particular letter, if it comes to that.
Can we take last comment and then we go with an action? Because I see the nods, and nods tells me that we are going towards a bit of consensus here.
Okay, Mehboob, this situation is going from incompetency to absurdity. Yeah, and I'm very, very passionate about this point, and I'm making it very clear where I stand. If you don't run I think you should run a parallel approach, so that's my one point. Second point is with regards to this meeting, I'm not opposed to it. You can send the whole community here in Leicester to go and speak to Salim. I don't care. But the question is, after that 14 days, it's not a question of I have spoken to him and he has said he's going to give it. If we don't have the data at the end of the 14-day period in our possession, what step are we going to take? I'd like that to be agreed here as well.
So the first one is easy. We have two councillors who will approach Salim Bhai. Second thing, what that letter will contain, we have one path of saying, no, we shouldn't put threats. And the other one says, a way of putting weight is that all trustees sign. Now, we need to now come to a decision. Which of the two do we need? And we may need to go to voting now. So I'm asking, and if I were to choose, you want my opinion? I would like that everything is sorted by speaking to Salim Bhai. And when it comes to Sabira Bhai, it's a phone call from our Secretary General to her. If she has, alhamdulillah, we will receive the data, but still the question is, Salim Bhai, does he have access? We don't know if it's cloud-based, we don't know if it is downloaded on computer, we have no clue. But that's the first one, and 14 days sounds reasonable. And I like the second one, that we write as a collective at all trustees. That's what I would like us to do. I hope that is absurdity light. Is that okay? May I just ask, is everyone in agreement with that? So for minutes purposes, I'm repeating that Abbas Bhai and Dr. Saab, you two, Dr. Husayn Jiwa, will be contacting Salim Bhai, asking for the data. Number two, that he does not keep any further after that he has transferred and then deleted or does not access the data. It's a confirmation. That should happen within 14 days. 1-4. That means you have to contact him fast, but he has to have done within 14 days. 14 days of starting tomorrow, not today. And tomorrow is the 9th of February, 2025. If that doesn't work, after those 14 days, I'm asking already Mehboob Bhai, working with our Secretary General, to start drafting that letter. So it's ready. Because after that, we have to take action fast of all the trustees signing it. Everyone okay with this? Yes.
The receiver of the letter only Salim Bhai, or maybe more?
It was, that's a very good point. I think that it was all the, no? Okay.
In the minute, Sabira was running the census together with Salim. When she left, Salim is, I think it's minuted somewhere that he will be in control of the running the census. This was, I think, February something, and then it disappears.
Fine. It will be to Salim Bhai, but our Secretary General will still reach out to Sabira Bhai. Okay? That's all.
And one more thing, Mr. President, when you mentioned that he should confirm that he has deleted the data, what is that, a verbal confirmation,
No.
or it has to be a written confirmation, right?
It is by email or a letter by posted, but.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman. Inshallah, we hope that amicably this will be resolved, which is the best thing to happen. Say, suppose if it doesn't happen, God forbid, we are all going to sign the letter. Will the letter have a threatening sort of message or just a simple letter?
I don't think that we will write that we will must go to Charity Commission, but we will write that we will need to take certain, at bare minimum, legal advice, if not legal action. We will have to write something like this. Legal advice is the good wording, but I leave that to Mehboob Bhai to think a bit about. Is that fair? Okay. So, if we have reached, okay, I'm very wary. We have Salat in how many minutes? 23. My suggestion is that we will start with the Treasury report. If we have not finished, we will continue with the Treasury report. And as far as streaming is concerned, we will start streaming after that the Treasury report is ready, and I will ask our marketing team to come out with an announcement accordingly that it is done. On that very important point, I missed saying something. The minutes, of course, some parts we will have to be extra careful this time. And not only that, the recordings, I'm going to ask specifically Muhammad Bhai, that the recordings of this one is secured, that it doesn't leak out. It has to be secured in such a way that not by accident goes out, because this one is critical. This is not live. We were going to go live at 1 o'clock, but we will probably maybe have to go slightly later, but depends on where we go with the Treasury report, which we'll see how much, because we have to also go for no, inshallah. Asa, may I just say that I think it's very good that we had a very mature debate on this one, and it's not an easy topic. So I really appreciate, and this, inshallah, we pray for barakah ahead as well. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, as part of the Treasury's report, I'll try to be very, very quick, probably 2 minutes. We'll go through the accounts for December 2024. Okay, we'll go to the accounts for December 2024, and I'll know because bulk of it was reported at the conference in October, with the accounts to August 2024 was already reported then. So during the year, just bear in mind these are unaudited accounts, and hopefully, inshallah, in a week's time, we'll send the pack on to our auditors to start auditing. So when we come in the next Executive Council meeting, the accounts will have been audited, inshallah. So the total income for the year for COEJ was just over 2.5 million pounds, but bulk of it was the restricted funds, which came in and was dispersed accordingly. The unrestricted funds, which is what the COEJ operations are, including the boards, was about just under 240,000 pounds, and it met the expenditure of the amount of 240,492. So having a slight deficit of 949 pounds. You can see a revaluation. This was the revaluation of the properties that COEJ holds as part of the requirement under the charity SOP that we have to revalue our property, investment property, on an annual basis and state it at the market value. The charitable donation for I'll be focusing on the unrestricted funds. Yeah, where we can see the donations of 26,549 was collected. Now this is the donation that COEJ received from its individual donors to partake in whatever COEJ activities were. Bulk of it is to do with the Al-Zahra Center in Exeter, where we collected from various donors about 20,000 pounds and was dispersed accordingly. 80,000 pounds was the grant received from the World Federation, and there's an ongoing commitment from the World Federation for an annual grant, which was discussed at least they're going to cover our secretariat cost. That was the commitment that was made by the World Federation in December. We received the investment income was just under 73,000 pounds, which includes the rental income from the 3 properties that COEJ holds, a donation from the joint venture for that year, and the dividend that we received from the World Federation, that was as we are a member, as we are the shareholders of the KSIMC residential properties. Can't see properly. This was our with regards to the expenditure. Our secretariat expenditure for that year was 114,494, and the bulk of it related to salary costs, which was about 40,000 pounds. We have got 2.5 staff, which includes the accounting cost as well. The other major expenditure for the year was the meeting and the traveling cost for the year, which was about 40,000 pounds. Now during the year we have to there was claims for the WF conference calls, the WF conferences, and the COEJ excos, and we had our annual conference in that year as well. So that's why you can see a higher cost during that year. Our board's cost for the year was the projects was about £91,000, and sorry, the income was about £41,000, and the cost was about £91,000. Hence a deficit of 50,000, which was covered under the with the grants that we received from the World Federation and our investment income. This is just a bar graph showing the board's cost. The balance sheet of COEJ, we've got the fixed assets, which is the properties, the 3 properties, 2 in Peterborough, 1 in Leeds, and then investments in the KSI of the World Federation, and our investment shares in the joint venture. The debtors balance, bulk of it relates to the loans with Essex, and it's the same thing as creditors as well. Now, I just want to bring it to your attention that in the debtors we are still showing a rental deposit of £3,780 with Metroline. Now, I believe we left that site about 3 years ago, I've made several, the previous office bearers and I have made several attempts to contact the landlord, but I have had no response on that side. They're still holding £3,780. I then engaged, I spoke to Councillor Murtaza Bai Ghulamsen, who is also in the same building, and he's trying to resolve that issue, because I have not received any response from the landlord, because we want this matter confirmed or closed. Also in the debtors we have got funds due from the European Hajj company of about £22,000, and that is because COEJ lent the Hajj company to pay for the advances in 2019, now 2020 Hajj. But as you know, that groups cannot go together, and hence last year the group from the HSC from Kenya took up the accommodation at the original hotel where EHM used to stay, and we recovered about $28,000. Now the balance outstanding from that accommodation is around $60,000, and I just spoke to Murtaza Bai Kanani, who is the head of the HSC Kenya, and he said that they are going to go with we have agreed for the same agreement so that they can stay in the same premises this year in Makkah, so at least we can recover some of it, and hopefully by 2026 we can recover the balance and close this chapter inshallah. Okay, I have specifically brought this pie chart to show how much COMS collection that COEJ received in the year to 2024, and we can have some discussion on this. And because as you can see, the Jamaat collection was about, the Jamaat transfers was just over £1 million, whilst from individuals it was just under £30,000. So bulk of it was from the Jamaats, only 2% was from the, under 3% was from the individuals. Now, as I said, when I spoke to Saftabai this month, this Monday, and I've told them that we need to try to get more homes collection from the individuals as well for COEJ projects. So because I have received many donors who have come forward and asked us that can we remit homes to COEJ? I said yes, but you can use for your own projects, for COEJ projects. I said no, at the moment we are only working under the ijaza of the World Federation, and we have to go, whatever funds that are remitted to COEJ will be remitted to the World Federation. But I floated the idea of if COEJ can retain the same imam side to use for COEJ activities. And Safdar was very positive about it, and he said that as long as Muhammad Kazim, where the funds are being spent, I'll be very happy. However, this will be from the new donors who are not contributing to the World Federation. But we collectively, what we have to do is, so I am proposing to draft an MOU with the World Federation so that we are in this agreement for the term of his term as the ijaza holder. Sadaqah collection is, this is just for your references. As we will discuss this more when the Ali Raza Hardship Fund will be discussed. So you can see where the funds are coming from. Majority is from the Jamaat. If individuals is about 40% or just under 40%. This was the capital projects cost that we received the funds from WF, and we transferred it onto the various Jamaats. My aim, or our aim, the office bearers' aim for this year on the investment side is we have spoken about it, and we have come to an aim that we need to acquire at least 2 properties a year. One with one COEJ on its own, and one the same thing we did for the joint venture. So now I wanted to pose this question on to you, that and I needed your help. So if any opportunity comes across to COEJ, how do we go about? Because we are all trustees, and we have to make a collective decision. Lebanon appeal. We collected about £84,000, just over £84,000 between December and October and December of 2024, which was an amazing initiative, and the community responded. Alhamdulillah, receiving from individual donors who, I will say 90% who have not contributed to COEJ. So 382 individual donors contributed. This is unique because we had 462 donors contributing for the project, and of which 382 were unique donors. 4 Jamaats, which include, and 2 companies. So I will say, yeah. So on average, on this collection, we had, if you see the average of £84,000, over 389. So it's just over about £216 per individual donor. We can see the strength of collection if we work together. as you can see, this is the data for, you know, how much, if anybody contributing up to £10, we receive £469, and so it's in your pack, so you can see the details of it. That's it. I said it will be short, so I'll take any questions probably after namaz, isn't it?
Hassan, thank you very much. So I think we'll take questions after Salah. Gents Salah will be in here in the Gents Hall, just over there. We'll have the ladies go through now to the ladies hall, which is just on my right hand side in the corner. Thereafter, lunch will be served for gents in here and ladies in the ladies hall. And then we will return, inshallah. We can take any questions for the Treasury update straight after.
So we are supposed to have this as a working lunch, yeah? So very, very important. We go for Salah. Please try to take your lunch, try to network a bit. We are starting sharp at what time? 1:15? 1:15 at the tables, inshallah. Okay. And we are hence about 20 minutes later than what we expected, because I expect that questions will take about 20 minutes. All right? Thank you so much. So think about formulating what you can do after Salat as well. Thank you. Thank you. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala
إن الله وملائكته وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن عليًا ولي أشهد أن عليًا حجة الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. حي على خير العمل. حي على خير العمل. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. لا إلا الله وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وسلم.
There's a request if whoever is praying full, can they please form the first line? And then we can start. Sajad bhai. الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن علي ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلبي على دينك. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بحول الله وقوته يقوم وأقعد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجه سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم الرحمن الرحيم ذو الجلال والإكرام وأتوب إليه أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم الرحمن الرحيم ذو الجلال والإكرام وأتوب إليه أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم الرحمن الرحيم ذو الجلال والإكرام وأتوب إليه اللهم عرفني نفسك فإنك إن لم تعرفني نفسك لم أعرف نبيك اللهم عرفني رسولك فإنك إن لم تعرفني رسولك لم أعرف حجتك اللهم عرفني حجتك فإنك إن لم تعرفني حجتك ذللت عن ديني اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن علي ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته يقوم وأقعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بحول الله وقوته يقوم وأقعد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وأجل فرجهم لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين. الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم ذو الجلال والإكرام وأتوب إليه. أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم ذو الجلال والإكرام وأتوب إليه. أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم ذو الجلال والإكرام وأتوب إليه. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من نفس لا تشبع ومن قلب لا يغشى ومن علم لا ينفع ومن صلاة لا ترفع ومن دعاء لا يسمع. اللهم إني أسألك اليسر بعد العسر والفرج بعد الكرب والرخاء بعد الشدة. اللهم ما بنا من نعمة فمنك لا إله إلا أنت. أستغفرك وأتوب إليه. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أما يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء. 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 أما يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف. اللهم اشفي مرضانا. اللهم ارحم موتانا. اللهم احفظ علماءنا. اللهم سد فقرنا بغناك. اللهم غير سوء حالنا بحسن حالك برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. إلى أرواح المؤمنين والمؤمنات. سورة المباركة الفاتحة.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله، السلام عليك يا ابن رسول الله، السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين، السلام عليك يا ابن الحسين، السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة الزهراء سيدة النساء العالمين، السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا غريب الغرباء السلطان أبا الحسن علي بن موسى الرضا، كن شفيعنا وشفيع والدينا في يوم الجزاء ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا صاحب الزمان سيدي الأمان الأمان الأمان، السلام عليك يا خليفة الرحمن، السلام عليك يا شريكة القربان، السلام عليك القرآن، السلام عليك يا كعبة الإيمان، السلام عليك يا إمام الإنس والجان، عجل الله تعالى فرجك وسخر الله مخرجك وظهورك. السلام عليكم يا أهل البيت النبوة جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعات وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا قاعدا وناصرا دليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك توعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
Brothers and sisters, if we can just start taking our seats, and we shall begin in the next sort of 2 minutes. Hassan, thank you. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. So before lunch and salah, we had gone through, or Muhammad Qazim Bhai had gone through the Treasury report. So with that being complete, we would like to open the floor for any questions over the next sort of roughly 15 minutes, okay? What we'll do is we'll take 2 or 3 questions, and then inshallah Muhammad Qazim Bhai can answer. So if there's any questions, I can open the floor now. Got Naushad Bhai?
Naushad Danji. Just a very simple one, Kazim Bhai. I saw legal expenses, there was a big credit in there. What was that about?
So I'll take a couple more questions, inshallah. We can answer a few in one go. One there, Arif Bhai.
Just 2 questions. First one is, are you really willing to have question? Because we have received it at midnight, I think, yesterday. And second point, are we willing to invest in Europe continent for real estate?
We'll take a couple more questions. Just gonna answer that one. In Muhammad Kazim Bai's defense, yeah, this was ready a couple of days ago. The oversight and error in it being sent last night was down to me. So that was not down to the Treasury Department, that was on me. So please accept my sincere apologies. Rasul Bhai?
A few questions. The unrestricted funds is 113,000, and the secretarial expense is 114,000. So that's first question. So we're, I would say, hand to mouth or something like that. If you look at the boards, in total, I think we're about 50K deficit. But I'm not going to go into MAMT and Camp COEJ because you can see the results. Women and youth, 28.5K deficit. What have we done? Is that right? Or expense, not deficit, expense, I think. Marriage, 13th K. And also the, this Khoja, what's it called? Khoja Connect podcast, 10K or something. So we spent all these. I remember the meeting that we had in Birmingham about Khoja Connect. It was that we would review the effectiveness of that. How, you know, have we got any sort of analysis on that? And these podcasts, I presume, will be the property of COEJ because we've obviously invested in that. So, so do we have those? And is Doreen Bay still ahead of that? Is she still doing it, or has it been handed over? So that's the other question. There was one other question that I had. Oh yeah, this Lebanon, 84,000. Huh? Oh, 84,000. You sort of gave us a figure of 380 odd individuals and 4 Jamaats. Do you have a breakdown of how much came from the Jamaats and how much came from the 3 on that? Yeah, it may be there, but I probably haven't seen it. Oh, it's there. Oh, okay. Okay, I think those are okay for now, I think.
To answer Naushad Bhai's question about the credit on the legal and professional fees, no, we didn't get any. There was no credit actually, but it's a correction of the previous year's payment that was for the purchase of the property, the legal fees, which had to be capitalized. Right? So it was a correction for previous year's accounts. Regarding Arif Bhai's question on investing in European real estate, we really have to think about it. It is a possibility. However, we have to do further due diligence once whether we are allowed or not by the one, the UK Charities Commission or so, depending on our constitution, right? And 2, the legalities involved. So I don't know. Number 3 was Rasul Bhai's detailed list of questions. Yes, we are hand to mouth and on the unrestricted, on the donations coming in versus the secretariat cost or the other board cost. And hence there's an investment policy paper on place that obviously how do we maximize or how do we get more income or donations. I couldn't get regarding the where you said there's a you wanted to get more information about 30,000 youth. Can you please guide me? Can you guide me where did you see it? Okay, fine. Okay. With regard It was to do with the mediation and the and the marriage mediation and the conferences around the correct. With regards to podcast, I'll ask our president to come into it, and he's got further details. He can answer the questions on the COEJ Connect podcast. Lebanon, I think the Jamaat income is already part of the slide. Yeah. Fine, no problem. I'll just ask the president to answer on COEJ Connect, and then we can take further questions.
Our Secretary General will start and I'll add on. Bismillah.
So, to the question on COEJ Connection and the podcast, I think the question was, what are we doing moving forward, and have we assessed its effectiveness? So I think there is agreement that podcasts, there's an agreement internally that podcasts are effective. Okay, I think there is a place for them, and I think we can see that across various communities, and certainly within the Shia world, they are very, very effective, providing that the topics are right and the speakers are right. So I think there is definitely an appetite to invest in this going forward. COEJ Connection itself, however, as it stands, isn't a brand that belongs to COEJ, is what we have been led to believe. So I had, we've been specifically told, actually not been led to be believed. So I had a meeting with Durain Bhai, going back in, I want to say November, okay? And it was more put to us as COEJ office bearers as to whether we wanted to continue working with COEJ Connection rather than the other way around. So obviously surprised by that. In my eyes, it was a brand that belonged to COEJ, and that was what the House felt as well, I think, from the November Exco as well, the November ECM. So following that, I was then added to and I tried to reach out to Salim Bhai because I needed to understand what was going on here. I was then added to a group, a WhatsApp group, and that was between myself, Salim Bhai, Durain Bhai. And it was in there that I was trying to get to the bottom of what was agreed, and a contract was sent on this group, which is a 9-page contract between specifically Salim Bhai and on behalf of COEJ, so Salim Bhai and Durain Bhai's organization that was going to be looking after COEJ Connection. And within that contract, from what we can see, that brand belongs to Durain Bhai, and it does not belong to COEJ. And it explicitly states this in the contract.
Sorry, who's the contract? Because we haven't seen a copy of this contract. So Durain Bhai was the head of this board. What's the head of this project? So she was actually. So you're saying she wasn't the head? She was contracted. There was a contractual agreement between COEJ and her. No, it was a COEJ project. Who paid for it?
So let me say 3 parts, please. Ahsan, that's the key question. 3 parts. We have seen invoices and monies going out from COEJ to be paid for the podcast production. Secondly, the contract was given after pushing hard for it. We understand that it is a hard copy which has been scanned. And when looking at it, it comes across, after I have looked at many contracts, I would say that this contract is a 2-way contract where there are 2 signatures only, where one trustee, the president, and one person who has it's called the IP, intellectual property even. So the brand and IP, and it's a big part of the contract stipulates what it is. When then, my third point is that when I compare this with the minutes of previous, be that the Mashta Exco and the Birmingham before that, I see the questions which were posed by councillors And that's one category. And the second category is that when one looks at the production, it has COEJ's logos everywhere. So we have thereafter also expressed that we have not appreciated or not liked, because the request went in that there were 3 productions which were not publicized, which were not published, was not come online. And these 3 of them, 2 out of these 3 have now come. You've seen the 2 episodes, yeah? But these 2 then are without our branding. Furthermore, in the contract itself, it has got a time limit, a duration, which is till end of term, previous term. And then coming on to what I understand from councillors when asking, that you don't know about the contract. 2, you don't know about duration of it. 3, you don't know about who has signed until this. So these terms. And then when I look at the minutes, it's a contradiction. Okay? That's the amount of information we have. I'm just looking at, yeah?
It felt like when I reached out to this, because I reached out to more than one member of the previous team, not everyone knew what had quite gone on. And it was only when I was then added to the group with Salim Bai and Duran Bai that contract transpired. So I don't think it was even discussed within the previous OB team collectively. And it took, yes, as Arif Bai has mentioned, a bit of pushing to get that contract. We were initially just told that's what it was, but Shabir Bai.
Zuhair Bhai, if you look at the minutes, it is clearly mentioned that we are setting this up and it will be headed by Durain Bhai. We have got the ex-assistant treasurer here. He can tell us who paid for that. And when it comes to the contract, any contract which affects the trustees need to have sight of it, it should have been minuted. Like when we took on Marcombs, for example, that was minuted, that they are going to look after external. This has not been minuted, that we have got a contract with X, Y, and Z. And I don't know how you can hold that, like, how is it even legally, how is it applicable? If we have funded the whole thing, we have created the whole thing, to be told that now it's not yours.
Shabiba, your reaction and the questions which are the same which we pose ourselves. But I want to say on this one that there was first what you would call an engagement. Then there was a question about contracts. Both Secretariat and Treasury have looked at also payments, because that's a linkage to it, because that's a fiduciary duty then suddenly, because he has to then able to say who is gone to. And also the question was proactively asked from the other side, from Sister Duran, if we want to continue, because there is an agreement in place. We did not know about the agreement. So this is, I would say, to our best of our ability to explain the steps which have taken. Now, the difficulty is that there actually is a contract there that you all seem to not be aware of. It is problematic. And I say you, not us, because new team came in, and it is quite strange. Okay? At bare minimum, there are lessons learned, but it also leaves a bit of bad taste in our mouths.
A follow-up question. When was the contract signed?
You want the exact date?
Well, well, we need. Yeah, I think if you can share the contract with us.
So it was signed on the 4th of March, 2024.
2024. And the meeting in Birmingham when this was approved, when was that?
So I think just to separate the two though, so Durembai may have been heading so we can't separate the fact that she is also a councillor. So as far as COEJ's activity goes, she's possibly heading the podcast. This contract is regarding the intellectual property and the actual who owns the brand. And I think they are two separate things. So what Shabira has mentioned is that it may have been minuted that she was head of the podcast initiative. But there clearly wasn't a branding discussion here had with the councillors.
Well, it wasn't approved. There was no budget. In fact, Mike, in fact, if you look at the minutes, I think I was the one who raised this question about funding. There wasn't a budget set for that. I think there was 2 or 3 we had agreed that we would go with, and the funds would be found from the secretariat budget. So again, I think if I've looked at these documents correctly, there's about £10,000 as an expense showing in there. So that money came out from the secretariat, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the initial discussion was that there was no contractual discussion that we're entering in with a separate body. There was no discussion who owns the brand. And this information was not disclosed to the trustees, which is more concerning. So can I just finish my point here?
Yeah.
The point is here is that we've got a census which took place where some amount of money was spent, whatever it was, but we don't have the census details. We've now got a podcast where we spend £10,000 of community money. We don't have those they don't belong to us, and none of the trustees know about this. That doesn't look very good, does it? What else is there that may have been signed that we're not aware of?
I would like to share your frustrations, because that's exactly the same questions that I had been asking when it came to the census. I'm the one that had the census conversation with Salim Bhai. I'm the one that went on the call with Durain Bhai. And of course, I went on that call with the intention of, I had a particular vision or an idea to do with podcasts, but suddenly it became a conversation about whether we wanted to continue with the podcast. But ultimately, the challenge that we have at the moment is that there is a signed contract. Yes, with the brand.
No, but may I just say one additional point? This is about, it's important detail about having control or not as an organization. You'll all agree with me that part of control is how you spend the money, and if you have documentation in spending it. And it has got 2 legs. One is an expenditure leg, and the other one is the income leg. For the 8 or how many episodes, for each one of them, there is actually a signed off money which has gone through the treasury. So it's not that it's gone as a bulk. Okay? No, but it's an important point. We don't know. So in other words, I would guess that there would be some minuted amongst the office bearers or the previous one, or a process where an email trail of saying now we are signing off on these expenses. And secondary, I'm sure that when I look at the minutes of Mashta in particular, I think that there was a question about how much is being spent, and there was and Shabir Bhai, I think you asked, if my memory serves correct, and the point was that, it was a number of 7 or something, and that sounded like too little for so many episodes. So I think that discussion also took place, Executive Council. Bottom line is this. It's a contract which was not spread. I'm very sad though, that our secretariat can share that contract with all of you so that everyone sees, rather than we have it, you can see it. But also the other part is that from now we don't have a COEJ branding, so that means we have control over that at least, that there's not something which an episode which goes out which is not in our name. Okay. But then I don't think that we have any powers over someone else to stop. But we did request that we did not like it in writing. In writing, we have communicated that we did not like. There has also come an answer back saying that can we pay, or willingness to pay for the previous monies, which has been spent by COEJ. I think that for that expenditure, there was a certain amount. I forgot the amount just now. We can have a look at the email or the correspondence which came back, saying that we're willing to pay for those 8 episodes, whatever we've spent. Yes. This came from Sister Durin, yeah? Yeah, that a donor can pay or someone can pay. Regarding if the charity, if we have expended from restricted or unrestricted funds, I don't know. It's unrestricted funds, so is there a donor which is paid for it? Secretariat expense. Thank you.
Mahbub.
So, a few things I think we need to analyze here. One point that Rasul Bhai made, there seems to be a sort of trend here with regards to an individual doing things that a lot of us were not aware of. And maybe Abbas Bhai and Husayn Bhai can speak to him about that as well, since we are sending him to speak to him. But a few things. Have we checked with the other the former executive council in terms of who knew about this contract? Office bearers. Have we checked with them? We should check with them. Because
the former office bearers, sorry.
Yeah, office bearers.
So when I was trying to get this resolved, my initial reach out was to the previous Secretary General, and the response I got was that, look, we never dealt with anything to do with COEJ connection. That was Salim Bhai. So you're probably better off getting in touch with Salim Bhai. Now I'm talking within minutes of me having that conversation with the previous Secretary General, I was added to a group with Salim Bhai and Durin Bhai. Okay. And that's how the conversation came about. So I did check in, yes.
But she had no knowledge of that contract?
Felt very loose, if any knowledge.
Yeah, okay, so that's interesting. What is the date? You said the date of the contract is
4th of March 24.
24. When was the first payment made under that contract?
I don't know.
When was the first payment made in connection with COEJ Connect?
We can look at that and come back to you.
It would be good to see whether it was before or after.
Yeah.
Again, just being cynical about it, whether this was put post-event or, yeah. So that's one thing. In terms of, it'd be good to analyze the contract to see what rights we have.
So
yeah, and we can look at in detail. Second is analyze, see why the last 3 episodes did not have the COEJ logo. If we paid for that through those 3 episodes.
We hadn't paid for those.
We hadn't paid. Okay, that's fine. In respect of whether these podcasts were useful, in our view, I think we should be looking at the cost-benefit analysis, not just because it has a COEJ name, somebody's talking to somebody, it has a benefit because there's some airtime you're getting. There has to be a cost-benefit analysis. And as Arif Bhai says, to the extent it's a contract and we have to cut our losses, it is what it is. Obviously, we should look at it and see if there are any other rights we could exercise under the contract. But going forwards, I think we need to cut our losses. So that's one thing. Second thing is we should make it very clear to Durin Bhai that she should not associate COEJ with any podcasts she does in relation to COEJ Connect going forwards.
The first payment was 25th of April 2024.
So post the contract?
Yes. Secondly, answering also your point that the digital assets means YouTube, account where the podcast goes live, COEJ or office bearers of COEJ or secretariat does not have the logins for that. Never had, so that sits with Sister Dure. So why I'm saying that, and I'm saying on the last 2 episodes which we saw, COEJ branding was not on there. Okay, just so that's a point. The way we wrote was not that COEJ branding should not only be on there or not. The point here is we wrote from the point of view is that our understanding is that this podcast belongs to COEJ. So it's not like anyone should just continue be able to use a branding which has been communicated is a podcast COEJ, which the monies obviously says, which the meetings obviously say. So I'm also a bit concerned that if we have monies gone out, what's the process of signing off monies going out? So this is a question, and I'm also saying that we must be quite tight in our processes for this house to feel also this link to this agenda item. Is Muhammad Kazim Bhai here? When he comes back, he should spend maybe half a minute on saying that how we go about when we have expenditures and how we sign off. Thank you. Muhammad Kazim Bhai, I reiterate, question is just quickly, because monies have gone out previously, but we can speak for ourselves that how we go about when we spend something. We have a process in place. If you can sort of give the quick summary, because, for example, I don't think that me as a president should go and sign off on everything. No, it should be a process from the Treasury, and it's a process in place.
So the current process at the moment is if there's any expenditure to be incurred, is it part of we have to look whether it's part of the budget, yes or no. If it's part of the budget, where is it coming from? Has it gone through the board proposal, yes or no? If yes, then who is the OB sponsor? If it's approved by the OB sponsors, then the Treasury looks into it. Once it's approved, then the payment is made.
If I remember correctly, the meeting which took place in Paris, there was a whole approval of policies. So the COEJ had actually, I think the former Secretary General Sabira Bailaka had presented to us an array of policies which were adopted. And all these processes that you're talking about should have followed those policies which were actually done by the Secretariat. So there is a policy in place. But what seems to have happened is that those policies don't seem to have been followed in this particular instance. But just to clarify, if I've understood it correctly, what you're saying is the Rainbow is now suggesting that she will reimburse us for the podcast that COEJ has paid, the £10,000 that the COEJ has paid.
We have, it has been offered. The answer which we have said is, this is a sensitive matter, as everything associated with the brand will have a direct impact on our institutions, which we hold dear. Therefore, we believe it's crucial to protect the brand and the institution moving forward and ensure it's not used externally. As office bearers, we felt it is our duty to express and emphasize this. We therefore advise you to not continue with the podcast under the COEJ Connection or K2 brand. We would like to clarify that we are not asking for any funds to be returned. This arrangement was established with the previous office bearers, and we regard the podcast being presented to the charity as an authentic COEJ production and brand.
So it's associated with us.
I think and the reason, by the way, that to frame this in this particular way was because at this point, the challenge the other way wasn't about the money. At this point, we didn't have an issue about the money. We had an issue about the brand. And what I didn't want to do was make it about that, because actually us saying give us that money back is us relinquishing the right to the brand. And that isn't where we were. However, it was following this that then a contract was produced, and that's how we have ended up where we are. But at the stage that this letter was sent out, there was no contract in place. And that's why
the YouTube channel, what's the
K2.
K2.
And we in Secretariat have never had. So in my handover pack as Secretariat, when I was, when I had my Secretariat handover pack given to me, there was lots of information, but there was nothing to do with K2 and COEJ Connection.
So I'm just trying to get my head around this. So we paid, I think in Birmingham, we agreed that we were told that each podcast would be about £750, correct? And we said that we would do 4 to 5, and then we'll do an analysis to see how effective they are. When was that meeting here? That was in April 2024. That was April 2024. April 2024. And when was the contract signed?
4th of March 24.
Okay, so hold on. There was a meeting which took place. Which day was it in April? So there was a meeting in April. The contract had already been signed.
Yes.
And the trustees, who are the custodians of this charity, were not aware.
That's what it seems. That's
okay.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Did other office bearers? Do we know that if other office bearers were aware of this?
So I only, in my asking for more information, I only reached out to Azmin Abai.
Okay.
Because it kind of stood to reason that Secretariat would be involved in it, quite heavily. But Azmin Abai said, look, it's not something I really got involved in. It was Salim Bai. So that's why I then had that conversation. I've not reached out to the other office bearers to check if they knew.
I think what I'm trying to say, it's a real problematic situation.
Agreed.
And I'm not sure how we can rectify this.
Look, we are willing to do what you suggest on this, but I want to feel the temperature here a bit, please. I'm going to ask a very important question. Fayaz Bhai, Rasul Bhai, if I may. If you notice that we have tried to come to the bottom of this, and we have had what we would call verbal correspondence, then we have WhatsApp and email correspondence, and then we have formal letter correspondence. I'm saying this just to show that actually we have tried to create clarity as much as possible. Then let us talk about the most difficult part. It is not about cost and benefits. It's about how we actually have trust and principles in our organization. Fair? So I want to ask you all that we have tried our best to actually be very clean and clear, but also trying to have a balance not to misrepresent someone. I just want to make that very, very clear as well. Path forward is the following. Regarding how we deal with the expenditure which has happened, as well as the brand, I leave that question to yourself to think about, come with a suggestion. But as far as podcasts are concerned, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Cost benefit, you know, to check that, one is views, but that's not everything. Because what you all have not mentioned is the elephant in the room. And I'll be a bit bold to say it. It depends when it's a religious institution, which topics, which guests, the way we present ourselves outwardly. This is where the elephant is. I know I'm going down one of those which is what we would call subjective, but I believe when I look at my brothers and sisters here that we have a compass. The compass is what our deen tells us, and then what our ulama says. And on this one, we can control going forward, but it's not easy to control what was. We can only learn from that past. Bas? I'm not sure, like, if you want us to go further and dig into it, there are 2 points. One is that we push harder in saying that they should not go ahead with their program and podcast. And the other one is regarding the money spent. But I'm not sure what the benefit is of that. Because I would rather like to concentrate on what kind of future we want to paint. What pathway we want to. Are we pedestrians going forward or sideways? Inshallah. It's fair? I think this was Treasury and then we've gone off on partially the Secretariat. But I'm happy that we are discussing this not online, actually. I don't know if there are more questions other on Treasury. Mehbooba, I see your hand raised, but if it's fair, after this one, can we go on? And if you're okay with the pathway. But there's one question which Muhammad Kazim Bhai asked to the audience, which we have not got the answer for yet. And that's regarding our investment ways forward. And I also have a point about hand to mouth, which I think I will cover in my speech rather.
Hassan, Mehbooba, please.
So just to clarify my, Mehboob, just to clarify my point about the cost-benefit analysis, as we are being told, we are hand to mouth, we are struggling with funds. I think with everything in life, you have to weigh the benefits, pros and cons of the limited funds we have. And is this the best use, podcast, is this the best use of our funds? That is the point I'm making. If we had surplus funds, you know, do as much as you like. And that's the only point I'm making. The other thing is that I see this is becoming a trend, not only at COEJ level, previous committee, but even amongst the Jamaat. There's more emphasis on PR than actually doing the work and bringing substance. And I think we need to really reflect on that. So I think less money on PR and really helping our members and investing in our members. That's where we should be spending money, especially when we are hand to mouth.
So, thank you, Rasul Bhai.
I think as a way forward for this, what's been spent has been spent. That's my opinion. I don't think we need to delve into that. But I certainly think that some of these podcasts which I saw were quite good. And I think the community, certainly I'm speaking for my youngsters in my household, I think they were actually watching these. I think we need to have a conversation moving forward. If it's a contract there, there's a contract there. We can't do anything. It's just a lesson to be learned for next time. But I wouldn't rule it out completely. I would certainly look into it and see how, with respect, once you've done your analysis and once whatever is done, whether it's something that we can be done with. But coming back to the Treasury main question that I've had, which I want, is that at the last meeting you've set out your whole rebranded or redone boards and everything, and you've sort of extended that. Now that will involve money. Now if we are barely covering the secretarial expense with 113 and 114,000, how are we going to finance this? And it's commendable, especially on your part, that the president of the World Federation says that because you're handling it, he's got full trust in that. That's very good. But we need to see some money coming in. Because if you don't have money, how will you progress your agenda forward? So I think we need to have that discussion as to what is the plan, next plan. How do we move forward with currently the financial position that we're in? Because I find it be very challenging if we don't get, and if it's not £500,000, have you had a discussion of installment, first installment? And it'll be interesting to also note in the last term, it may be in the accounts, what was the total contribution we got from the WF? I think 80,000 was one tranche, but was there, so 80,000 was the, through whole term, okay, and we're wanting 500,000, and they gave us 80,000 in the first. No, previous year, for the previous term.
So last year, the grant that COEJ received was 80,000. 2024, the grant was 80,000.
In 2024, and 2023?
I cannot remember offhand.
Okay. So every year been getting eight. Okay.
Let me pose a few more fire questions which are related. Mohammad Kazim Bhai, 80,000 approximately 2024. Barabar? How much was the expenditure in total, which you showed for 2024? 80,000 ne plus ketlu? 130,000. So in Arat Suchi, okay, you got that 80, and then additionally was private donors fundraising. Yes? I'm getting at your next question, your question previously. I'm going to mention that in my speech, per se. But I'm going to give you a first episode now. Did you see the slide which Mohammad Kazim Bhai showed regarding Khums? Collection. Okay, 1 million. Yes, we are very much aware that some of these are earmarked. Can this go to this capital project? A છે Birmingham માતે, a Peterborough માતે છે, a Leicester માતે છે. Yes? However, one small step by discussing here is actually a change of culture a bit. We are actually giving, and we've got significant amounts to pay. I have a strong belief, very strong belief, that if our proposition is strong, donors will come. Did you see that the private donors, which Mohammad Kazim Bhai said that there are some who now want to donate? That is one of the ingredients. Because we as COEJ can tell World Federation, for example, because we are not Ijaza holder today, that we are receiving these, and the answer was quite positive. But we want to have an agreement. That's one of the ways. The other one is that we will have to be hard in regards to really work hard to raise monies for different points. And I'm going to say that when you hear the Secretariat report and my speech, which is coming soon, I will touch on a few things which is a change of culture and a ummeed of our community, inshallah. All right? Thank you. I think if we can go to the question which Mohammad Kazim Bhai, if you can repose it regarding investment.
Our aspirations at the moment is to buy 2 properties a year. Now, properties do come, when they come in very fast. How do we, as office bearers, move forward on those propositions? If after due diligence, it's a good proposition, how do we move forward?
I understand in the past we had a committee which was looking into this investment, and they were given some sort of power as well, to certain budget. Is that something like that can happen, or you want the office bearers to take the whole?
I'm just asking for clarity.
So this has happened before when we bought the Leeds properties. Before that, there were other properties that came in. I think there was an investment team. When a property came up, a due diligence was done. It was then emailed to all the councillors, all the trustees, and then there was a vote taken whether they wanted to proceed, and it happened quite fast because some of these, although we didn't buy them, but one or two of these properties, I think one property in particular was in an auction where we had to bid, but obviously we didn't win the auction, but the whole process was taken, that due diligence was done. The due diligence was then forwarded to all the trustees. Any questions that were there were asked to come back, but it was all done electronically. And then awards. So there is, if you look at the minutes, there is actually a process in place where you can turn it around quite fast.
Okay, fine. I think we'll go with the same policy, and then and we'll learn from it.
Yeah, and in fact, there is an investment policy in the pack as well.
Yes.
So I think it just aligns with that as well.
Okay. If you don't have any further questions regarding Treasury, Bismillah. So I look at around the room. So this is the last one.
If we are going with that proposal, which is there already, the investment team, are they the same people, or are you going to get someone else?
In the Secretariat report, we'll mention, because one of the things we showed you was one of the board is the investment, and within there is a property investment as well. So we'll touch on that, inshallah. Okay? Any more on Treasury?
Assalamu alaikum again. Just in the essence of time, Mohammed Kazim Bhai or the chair, this is a specific Essex question on the debtors. As you mentioned that the Essex loan is still there. Did you want me to discuss that with you here, or did you want to take it offline directly? I have some, obviously, discussions with the prior president of WF and the other people who were involved in the loan at that time.
Okay, I think let's get it minuted so at least we know what you're talking about, and then we can take it forward.
So going back to when we signed the MOU on the loan for Essex Jamaat's capital project, and obviously I was the president then, and Sajjad Bhai is the president now, so I'm talking on behalf of Sajjad Bhai now. Obviously I signed the document in the understanding that the Essex Jamaat loan was money that was provided to WF by the previous president of WF, Anwar Bhai Dharamsi. So in the last month I have had a discussion with Anwar Bhai Dharamsi. Obviously he couldn't remember at that time, and he gave me a guarantee now, just last month, to say that don't worry, loan maaf thai gyu che, vyadi nahi kar, and it'll be all cleared. And then, so 10 minutes later, I had a phone call from the president now, Safdar Bhai, to say that Anwar Bhai ni bhul thai gayi che, and paisa nata tya Anwar Bhai na, and tamaru loan haji outstanding છે પણ અનવરભાઈ મને એક વીકની મોહલત આપ્યા છે, એ મને એક વીકમાં જવાબ આપશે, but that's gone 4 weeks and I haven't chased again as well. So that's one issue. I haven't heard anything back from the president of World Federation now to say whether that loan is still there or not. So I'm assuming maybe no news is good news, so I haven't chased him up. And secondly, now another issue has just arisen with our ijaza. So we then had an extension of our ijaza last year to try and obviously facilitate the loan repayment. So we got an extension of ijaza for another year to collect khums money for our project, specifically to pay the loan. So all the money that we were getting for ijaza or khums, we remitted straight to WF to COEJ to repay the loan. So we cleared, obviously, whatever we collect for Semi-Imam, we sent it all to the treasury here for further transmission of WF, on the basis that our understanding was that the whole 100% of the Semi-Imam was being used towards our loan. Subsequent, we've had an email back from the treasury of WF to say only 50% of the Semi-Imam will be used towards the loan. So that now causes a little bit of our Ashari issue as well now, that previously we have always used the 100% Semi-Imam towards our project, which means now there is an issue where we might have to retrospectively correct that error somehow, if the ijaza holder would give us whatever the word is, to use the 100% ijaza on that or not, I don't know. So that's just for Mohammed Kazim Bhai to understand, and obviously the loan thing that is still outstanding.
Okay, so I'll just answer quickly. Number one, so can I, on the way forward, can I suggest Essex to write to the Council of People and Jamaat regarding your conversation with the donor, and the guarantee from the President that he'll come back after speaking to the donor. So I suggest if you can write it, and then we will forward it on to the World Federation. Okay. Number two, with regards to the khums payment that Essex is paying, I've been following it up, and hence I raised my question with WF on how it was accounted previously, and I knew it was not correct, because the ijaza of WF is only, if you remit 100% of Semi-Iman, 50% has to go to AGA, 50% can be retained by World Federation. So what was done in the past was not correct. However, we will raise it with the World Federation, and then come to see how a way forward it, and agree a way forward.
Okay. Now there will be like loads of questions, yeah? But just for me answering the question you have in your heart, and if you don't have it, it's strange. Khums ijaza is 50%. Regardless if it's Sahme Sadat or Sahme Imam. Yes, Sahme Sadat can only pay it to Sadat. If we have Sadat in Europe, that means Sahme Imam portion has to be sent to Agha. Any monies, if for example 50 pounds is sent as khums, World Federation has to send 25 pounds to Agha. Regardless if the labeling is Sadat or Imam. Very important. Just so that we don't make a mistake, and the awareness we have to have. We don't have the ijaza like some very few, that is the percentage is greater. Some have quarter, some have 1/3, most have 50%. Only few exceptions you have further. Thank you. Is it regarding treasury, specifically? Okay, Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Naim Valley from Paris House. I'm coming back on the topic of COEJ connection and about the contract between COEJ and done by Salim Bay and Durain Bain. I was not aware about this contract, and I'm speaking on behalf of Honorary Treasurer Muhammad Ali by Murad. He was not aware also. And now you have also access of our email, you have access of Treasury email and Assistant Treasurer, so you can check. There is no communication about this. Just for clarity and transparency.
Thank you. Thank you. Mehboobai, is this an observation or an additional question?
I'll make whatever you want to call it. I can make it an observation if you want. The only observation, again, just again, look, it's not pointing fingers at anybody. Just to be clear about that. Again, I don't know what the process is before the treasurer can make a payment on any item. So question is, if the treasury team did not know about this, what questions were asked in order to approve that payment? So again, as I said, I don't know how the system works.
Okay, can I answer that? Yeah. Look, there are two different things here. You, the ex-trustees, all approved the COEJ connection. 10,000 or whatever was approved. On that approval, the treasury, the contract was separate.
Point of, no. 10,000 pound was not approved.
Sorry,
10,000
700 pounds.
750 pound was approved.
Per episode.
For one episode, and we said after 4 to 5, we will do a review.
So,
okay, so 10,000 was not approved.
So maybe because the contract signed is too separate from what was agreed by the council. I wasn't there, right? I'm just trying to support these people because I don't think what they did was what was agreed, the payment should go ahead, because you're saying the due diligence was not done.
I can half sort of agree here with Dr. Mir. So I think what's happened is there's obviously been an agreement made as we're agreeing, right, that 4 to 5 episodes would happen. And off the back of that, then the Treasury have been approving those payments. Now, it seems as though we must have had, I think, 8 episodes? 9 episodes was there in the end, roughly? It feels as though at 4 or 5 episodes in, it should have been flagged somewhere, somehow, that we are now in the period where we need to review these episodes. That didn't happen. We continued to produce episodes, and Treasury continued to, obviously, approve those off the back of a Secretariat initiative. So I think, given how this has transpired, it's quite easy to see how it's happened. I'm not saying it should have happened, because it shouldn't have. I completely agree. The contract should have been quite transparent for everyone. But I'm just trying to give context for arriving at the conclusion of how it's happened. I think it could have happened that way.
Just one last thing. From all this, one thing we should learn is to sharpen our processes and procedures so that it doesn't happen. That's the best thing we can learn out of this episode.
I'm going to take one step further than that. I think processes were presented, but it were not followed. And the other one, which I would like everyone to hear, and this is the absolute more than best endeavor, if we go into a contract, I don't think it is acceptable that I or any of one singular office bearer can go into a contract without it being at least minuted in an office bearers meeting. It's not feasible or practical to come to an executive council for each one of these, but we can be answerable, questioned on those obviously, but we will not enter into contracts without at least saying that it's a contract where you've taken the institution and agreed with someone, be that an MOU, be that a heads of agreement, be that a financial contract, okay? So that's just, I want to share that, because that's at bare minimum as one of what you would call first line of defense. It's not even second line of defense. Thank you. Yeah, so inshallah we will move on to the next section. As we are moving on to the next section, is it on Treasury? Because we want to go online now. Before we go online, Bismillah. Yeah, Bismillah.
Sorry, apologies. Before we go online, both Husayn uncle and I have had the opportunity to speak to Salim Bhai in relation to the census, and I can confirm to the House that we now have the data. So I will send you that as soon as possible. But I'd like to read out, obviously, what Salim Bhai has said. Dear Abbas, Assalamu alaikum. I hope you are doing well, inshallah. As per our conversation, all the census data should have been in the Secretary General's inbox, as at the time I had sent a copy from my official email to the Secretariat. I have found a copy from my archive, which I have put on Excel format. I can confirm that after this email, I will delete all copies in my possession and will no longer keep any of this information. So we have the data. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala. I want to first of all commend both of you that you reached out so promptly. And we have come to a point where we heard two parts. Data has already been transferred, and secondly, also an assurance of it being deleted. Now, given that this has come about, and this is a previous agenda item, may I just ask, is there any further follow-ups which are needed?
Mehboob, that's certainly a good outcome. At least on the census data, we have that information with us, so that's fantastic news. I think as a matter of course, because it seems like this COEJ information has been in individual boxes and all over the place. As a matter of just process, I think we should write to all the former office bearers, ask them to confirm that any data, not census data, any data relating COEJ that they have, they should transfer to you, and otherwise confirm that whatever they've transferred, they don't have any other information, and it's been deleted from their inboxes or from their storage mediums.
Okay, so can I ask a bit very crude way? Does that sound reasonable? Fine, thank you. Now, if that is reasonable, then I will ask actually Zuhair Bhai and Kazim Ali Bhai to also use the resources of Mehboob Bhai to just look at that writing up, okay? And it will be sent to all previous office bearers, not trustees. Okay, thank you. All the previous office bearers who were part in any time of the previous term. Ahsantum. All right, we will now go on to the next point. I will ask, please, that if we can start the stream, and I will ask our marketing as well, comms, to send out a message saying that also that we have gone live now. Thank you.